Chapter 461. That brat. Where did he come from? The black-clothed, masked shadow demon from the extraterritorial domain asked. Seeing the drastic change in the battle situation in an instant, everyone was stunned. He had seen Qin use cultivation just now. He was only a martial emperor. In this battle between the three sects, martial emperors were not cannon fodder, but they were not of much use. But now, such an insignificant ant had actually forcefully turned the situation around. How could the shadow demon not be shocked? He turned the entire battle around by himself. Thousands of miles away, the young man with the ancient fan also looked at the scene in a daze. Not to mention a martial emperor. Even he would not be able to resolve the crisis of the heavenly imperial palace under such circumstances. What happened? The dark-faced old man could not help but ask. The three of them did not see Qinyu rushing into the chaotic sky divine array. They did not know what had caused the battle to change in an instant. The young man with the ancient fan flicked his finger, and a light screen appeared in the void. The scene of Qinyu turning into a ray of divine light and merging into the chaotic sky divine array was clearly replayed. He should be Shen Feng, who took first place on the spiritual state battle list from the heavenly imperial palace some time ago. The round-faced fat man thought for a while and recognized Qinyu. There is something strange about this brat. The blue-clothed woman's bright eyes flashed. Although there were many martial emperors in the heaven domain who could kill emperor realm masters, there were still many. However, for someone like Qinyu to be able to turn the tide of such a great battle around, it was likely impossible to find another person like him. Even if he relied on external forces, such a brilliant battle record was still shocking. If the heavenly imperial palace could survive this crisis, it was conceivable that Qinyu's name would be famous in the heaven domain. What should we do now? The young man with the ancient fan asked. This change was not only unexpected to the shadow demon, even the four of them did not expect it at all. According to the plan of the 7 great ancient emperors, they wanted to use the destruction of the heavenly imperial palace as bait. They wanted the extraterritorial demon race to continue with their plan to achieve the purpose of the demon extermination plan. But now the extraterritorial demon race's plan seemed to have failed at the heavenly imperial palace. This is something that the extraterritorial devil race should be worried about. The dark-faced old man shook his head. The reason why they had interfered with the divine power formation was because they thought that the heavenly imperial palace was destined to be destroyed. That was why he took the opportunity to push the matter behind the scenes. But if he were to intervene in this situation, it was very likely that the imperial palace of heaven would notice. No matter how righteous the plan of the 7 great ancient emperors was, it would still be useless. They were all using the billions of cultivators in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain as sacrifices. Therefore, before the demon extermination plan succeeded, they could not reveal their identities. Moreover, the extraterritorial devil race had been plotting for so many years. They would definitely have a backup plan. Even if Sky Emperor Palace's plan failed, they would definitely target other forces in the spiritual state. Therefore, they only needed to watch from afar. Rumble. In the void above Sky Emperor Palace, the earth-shaking battle continued. As time passed, the change in the situation of both parties became increasingly obvious. With the help of the avatars of the 3 ancient emperors, the advantage of the Sky Emperor Palace became increasingly obvious. After all, he did not have the help of the incarnations of the 3 ancient emperors. The heavenly imperial palace also relied on the chaotic heaven god array to block the attacks of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and 5 ghost sect for a while. Now he had the combat power of 3 more top emperor realm masters. Coupled with the power of the chaotic sky divine array, he had also greatly improved. Sky Emperor Palace naturally gained the upper hand. Bang! Under the control of Qinyu, the Battle Emperor avatar evolved into thousands of divine weapons. The cultivators of the 2 sects who rushed out of the divine array suffered a devastating blow. Needless to say, the martial emperors were basically killed upon contact. Even the emperor realm masters could not resist and were completely suppressed to the point that they could not fight back. In addition to the battle emperor avatar, the fearless divine guards also frightened them. In the previous battle, when the divine guards saw that they could not survive, they would directly self-destruct to bring the enemy to their deaths. The Stone Emperor avatar used the indestructible Stone Emperor seal to the extreme. In the hands of the Stone Emperor avatar, the indestructible Stone Emperor seal was no longer just a defensive shield. Instead, it was an impenetrable cage. The two top emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and more than a dozen ordinary emperors were trapped in the indestructible Stone Emperor seal. The two sides fought fiercely inside, and the sacrificial evil god dynasty suffered heavy losses. Of course, the fiercest battle was still the God Emperor Avatar's side. The God Emperor Avatar and Sun Guxing joined forces, and the sealing divine light that sealed the heavens and earth clashed with the unpredictable divination secret technique. The offensive secret techniques of the two sides caused Xiong, Hu, and the other two emperors to be in a difficult situation. Originally, the three of them were suppressing Sun Guxing, but now it was Sun Guxing who was suppressing them. Although they were not defeated, they could not help other places at all. The other cultivators of the two sects were fighting in the chaotic heaven divine array. They were looking for Qin Yu's figure, but they could not find even a shadow. Instead, under the turbulent space force, people were dying one after another. Of course, no matter which side had the upper hand. In this kind of crazy battle, the casualties on both sides were extremely shocking. But at this time, no one cared about the casualties on the other side. The sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghosts sect wanted to completely destroy the Heavenly Imperial Palace. As long as the Heavenly Imperial Palace was still resisting, they would not stop attacking. The Heavenly Imperial Palace was desperately resisting. Unless the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghosts sect retreated, they would not stop. The result of this battle was very important to the three sects, so they were all going all out. It's about time. At this time, Qin Yu, who had merged into the array core and was in the chaotic space, had a cold look in his eyes. Now that the battle had stabilized, he could let loose. Qin Yu formed hand seals with his hands, and the three emperors' divine light in the chaotic heaven divine array flashed. Many divine light clones appeared, and there were more than 500 of them. Pu-piu-piu. After those divine light clones appeared, they immediately pounced on the martial emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect. Although the divine light clones only had the cultivation of a rank 7 martial emperor like Qin Yu, the chaotic heaven divine array was very powerful. However, with the help of the chaotic sky divine array's chaotic space energy, even those top martial emperors could face it head-on. As for those martial emperors with rank 7 or 8 or even weaker cultivations, they could not escape death. In the chaotic heaven divine array, there was no possibility of escaping. In less than 10 breaths, hundreds of martial emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghosts sect had died. Although the emperor realm masters of the two sects were going all out to deal with the divine light clones. But those were just the divine light clones. Even if they were killed, new divine light clones would appear, and the situation could not be reversed. The large number of casualties made the Five Ghost sect's ferocious tiger sovereign and the white-clothed sovereign of the sacrificial evil god dynasty so sad that their faces twitched. Those martial emperors who could attack the Heavenly Imperial Palace were naturally the best of the martial emperors, and they could become sovereigns in the future. Even before they took action, they knew that many of them would die. But when they saw the scene, they still felt heartache. If this continued, it would not be long before all of their martial emperors died at the hands of Qin Yu. This also caused them to have an uncontrollable desire to kill Qin Yu. They wished that they could immediately rush up, find Qin Yu, and grind his bones to dust. Chapter 462. However, no matter how much the trio wanted to kill Qin Yu, they could only think about it in their hearts. Sun Gushing had completely lost his mind and was even willing to consume the power of his bloodline origin. The trio was held back and couldn't get away. Sun Gushing naturally knew that the crux of this battle lay with Qin Yu alone. As long as no one interfered with Qin Yu, the heavenly imperial palace would be safe. Although they wouldn't be safe, at least they wouldn't be annihilated. The crazy battle between the two sides continued. Under such circumstances, the martial emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect were dying at an alarming rate. Blood splattered everywhere, and corpses were destroyed. This blow was even worse for the two sects that had joined forces. It could be said to be extremely fatal. Is he there? As the divine light clones were destroyed and reappeared one after another, the black-clothed and masked shadow demons' deep and cold gaze fell on a certain spot in the void. Although it was only for a moment, when the divine light clones reappeared, they would emit a slight fluctuation. There was no doubt that it was Qin Yu's hiding place. Thinking of this, a thin layer of black light appeared on his body, and he quietly disappeared into the void. The Shadow Demon clan has made their move. The four sovereigns who were watching the battle changed their expressions. Did he find out where Shinfeng is? The round-faced fatty muttered to himself in confusion. He couldn't see where Qin Yu was hiding. Although the Shadow Demon clan isn't a royal clan among the extraterritorial demon clans, it's still a famous clan. They're famous for their shadow and concealment abilities, so it's possible that they found him. The dark-faced old man said, "He has to make his move." The blue-clothed woman said, "No one knew whether the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect would retreat in this stalemate. Once the two sides stopped fighting, the extraterritorial demon clan's plan would be useless. On the contrary, the sacrificial evil god dynasty, the heavenly imperial palace, and the Five Ghost sect would suffer heavy losses. It was even to the extent that the annihilation of the three great powers was the most beneficial to the Xeno race plan. Since the Outerium devil race had meticulously prepared for this battle, then they would definitely not stop here. The expression of the dragon soul, who was using a space-time divine power to kill the people of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect, suddenly changed slightly. Someone is approaching. His concealment technique is quite powerful. He seems to have comprehended the Tao of space. The dragon's soul immediately sensed it carefully, and its expression turned serious. Even he was unable to accurately lock onto his opponent. Waves of primordial divine power, diagonally to the left. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows and said, he did not sense anyone approaching, but he sensed the subtle fluctuations of the ancient divine power. Found it. With Qin Yu's reminder, the dragon's soul carefully sensed the approaching shadow devil. Kill him? The dragon's soul formed a series of hand seals, and the power of time and space revolved around it. Of course, a cold smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. He would destroy the sacrificial evil god dynasty, and he would not let the Xeno race off either. Immediately, Qin Yu and the dragon's soul secretly prepared. Given their current location, the Xeno race devil race could sense his location, but he could not see him, unless he could sneak into this chaotic space. However, a scene that exceeded Qin Yu's expectations really happened. Not only did the Xeno race devil race clearly know his location, he also accurately penetrated the space-time chaotic area and silently entered the chaotic space where he was. If the dragon's soul had not comprehended the space-time laws, Qin Yu would have been able to sense the ancient divine power. It was really difficult to detect the Xeno race devil race. Swoosh, swoosh. The Xeno race devil race did not hesitate and immediately attacked. With a wave of his right hand, countless gray rays of light swept toward Qin Yu like spider webs. They seemed to want to bind and seal Qin Yu. Indestructible stone emperor seal. However, at this moment, Qin Yu suddenly made his move. Dazzling divine light appeared on his body and filled his entire body. The gray rays of light were immediately deflected. At the same time, an ancient seal over 100 zhang tall descended like a giant mountain and enveloped the two of them. This was a technique that Qin Yu had learned from the Stone Emperor's clone. Inside the indestructible Stone Emperor seal, one could not even tear the void apart. It was a complete seal of space. This brat, the eyes under the mask of the shadow devil narrowed slightly. Qin Yu's reaction showed that he had been discovered long ago. He was waiting for him to take the bait. Of course, the shadow fiend was only surprised. No matter what means Qin Yu had, he was only a martial emperor. Now that the clones of the three ancient emperors were not around, he naturally had nothing to fear. Imperial Shadow Demon Sword. Knowing that his identity had been exposed, the shadow devil immediately revealed himself. After he appeared, he didn't waste any time talking. He attacked again and pointed his finger. A 10-meter-long void sword appeared. It flashed like a shadow and disappeared in an instant. Devour! Qin Yu struck out with his palm. Mighty dragon Qi gathered, and a ferocious dragon seal appeared and devoured the void sword. It was the sky-devouring dragon seal. It was devoured. The shadow devil raised his eyebrows. What he had just used was a supreme, secret technique of his clan. It was formed by the power of shadows. It was illusory and didn't really exist. However, when it attacked, it would explode with destructive power. Who would have thought that it would be resolved by Qin Yu in such a straightforward manner? Roar! An earth-shattering dragon roar sounded in this chaotic space. Qin Yu formed a seal with both hands. Azure Dragon Qi rose and vaguely turned into an azure Shinran behind him. Qin Yu's aura instantly soared. At the same time, pitch-black dragon scales crazily appeared on Qin Yu's skin. A dark light that made one's heart palpitate spread out. He used the Dragon Clan's super skills one after another. Another secret technique of the Dragon Clan. The Shadow Devil's face was filled with astonishment. He had seen cultivators in the Heaven Domain who knew the Dragon Clan's secret techniques. However, this was the first time he saw someone who could master several Dragon Clan's secret techniques, especially the secret technique Qin Yu used. Its power made him, who was in the Emperor realm, feel a little scared. Unseal! Seeing this, the Shadow Devil growled. Demon crests appeared on his body, and a rolling demon aura erupted. Qin used 9 serenities, purgatory, and indestructible stone Emperor seal. He didn't have to worry about his identity as an extraterritorial demon being discovered by the Heaven Domain cultivators. 1,000 Shadow Devil Dance. After unsealing his demon body, the Dark Shadow Devil's cultivation immediately reached the level of a 5th-grade emperor. He waved his hands violently, and numerous shadow devils appeared from his body. They danced in the void around him and swept out in all directions. The 9 serenities, Purgatory's ability to seal perception, was basically ineffective against him. Moreover, in this dark environment, the power of the Shadow Devil Clan's secret techniques was also increased by a lot. Rumble. At this moment, rolling purple divine lightning swept over like a huge wave. The demonic shadows dancing in the void were immediately engulfed and annihilated in an instant. Chapter 463. Swoosh! Like a ghost, Qin Yu, whose entire body was surging with ancient divine energy, appeared from the purple lightning with the god-slaying sword in his hand. Swish! The sword slashed through the air. The destructive sword energy raged as if it was going to destroy everything in the world. Ancient divine power! The Dark Shadow Clan member's pupils shrank. He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. He immediately performed a secret skill and turned into a black shadow to retreat. Judging from the majesty of the ancient divine power, Qin Yu's ancient divine power was probably stronger than his. More importantly, Qin Yu's ancient divine power didn't merge with the true origin. In other words, it was pure ancient divine power. Qin Yu was actually able to grasp the ancient era's divine power like them. If this news spread to the extraterritorial devil race, the entire extraterritorial devil race would be shocked. Because if the warriors of the heaven domain could also control ancient divine power, then the plan that the extraterritorial devil race had prepared for hundreds of years would be useless. Night light art. Thinking of this, the mask on the Dark Shadow clan member's face glowed. Wisps of faint light gathered in his eyes. Then a strange scene appeared. Qin Yu's figure appeared in the Dark Shadow clan member's eyes. That's the spirit of the ancient heavenly rock and the god-slaying sword. I see. It's him. After seeing clearly, the Dark Shadow clan member's eyes flashed with surprise. Then he understood. Obviously, he knew about the spirit of the ancient heavenly rock and the god-slaying sword. Swoosh! At the moment when that Dark Shadow clansman was using his secret technique, Qin Yu had once again rushed toward him. The terrifying killing intent, sword energy, gathered and turned into a sword energy storm that swept across the sky. God-slaying art! The Shadow Demon clan member came back to his senses. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness as the mark of divine power appeared on his forehead. The spirit of the ancient heavenly rock and the god-slaying sword couldn't fall into the hands of the warriors of the heaven domain. As he formed a seal with his hands, a beam of ancient divine power gathered. The moment the beam of divine power gathered, it immediately pierced through the void. Rumble! Qin Yu's sword energy storm and the Shadow Demon clan members' divine power met. The two of them exploded with destructive shockwaves that could shatter space. Even the indestructible Stone Emperor seal, formed by the power of the chaotic sky divine formation, began to tremble violently. The ancient heavenly rock's divine power is restrained? The extraterritorial devil race has such a secret technique? Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. Compared to the black-robed old man, the Shadow Devil clan was much more difficult to deal with. Gather! Qin Yu's eyes flashed as all the spatial energy of the 9 hells purgatory gathered on his pitch-black dragon scales. Divine art combo! The Dark Shadow race clansman turned into a wisp of black light and charged out of the destructive shockwave. Beams of divine energy light shot toward Qin Yu unceasingly. Their might was extremely frightening. Destroy! As the sword light flashed, all the beams of divine power were torn apart. White light emerged from Qin Yu's pores, which were covered in pitch-black dragon scales. Die! Then Qin Yu waved his right hand and the god-slaying sword slashed down. A sword light that was dozens of feet long tore through the air. Seal! The Shadow Devil clan clansmen immediately used a secret technique. A pitch-black divine light appeared and covered the sword light like a crazily spinning whirlpool. But in the next moment, the Shadow Devil clan clansmen looked extremely surprised. The crazily spinning whirlpool was torn apart. A white light flashed through the sky like a meteor. Before the Shadow Devil clan clansman could react, the space between his eyebrows was pierced. The divine power mark collapsed, and the destructive divine power erupted like a tsunami. It was the sacrificial immortal forbidden technique. Refine! Qin Yu did not search the Shadow Devil clan clansman's demon soul and directly destroyed it. Judging from the Emperor Realm Demon clansman he met in the 9 hells martial world, the extraterritorial devil race had sealed their memories about the ancient divine power plan and would not leave behind any information. At this time, Qin Yu did not have extra time to waste on capturing the demon soul of the Shadow Devil clan clansman alive, so he directly destroyed it. As for the erupting ancient divine power, Qin Yu did not waste it. The divine power mark flashed as the ancient heavenly rock spirit tore through the sky and crazily devoured all the ancient divine power. I wonder how the battle is going? Above the clouds, the 4 Emperor Realm Masters were watching the battle in the heavenly Imperial Palace with rapt attention. After the Shadow Devil clan clansmen moved out, they found that The three Emperor clansmen and the hundreds of Divine Light clansmen were obviously much slower. Many of the Divine Light clansmen did not recondense after they were killed. Obviously, Qin Yu had been targeted by the extraterritorial devil race. However, they still did not know where Qin Yu and the Shadow Devil clansmen were. Although that Chen Feng's aptitude is amazing, his cultivation seems to be only at the 3rd grade martial emperor realm. Without the help of the 3 Divine Light clansmen, being targeted by an emperor realm master would not bode well for him. The round-faced fatty said. The dark-faced old man, the young man with the ancient fan, and the blue-robed woman all nodded slightly. Obviously, they agreed with the round-faced fatty's words. Although Qin Yu had reversed the situation of the heavenly imperial palace with his own strength, that was because he was hiding in the dark and controlling the chaotic sky divine array. Now that his real body had been found by an emperor realm master, it was impossible for him to be a 3rd grade martial emperor, no matter how heaven-defying his combat strength was. HM? Suddenly, the dark-faced old man and the other 3's eyes flashed. A figure appeared in the chaotic sky divine array without any warning. It was none other than Qin Yu. No way! The dark-faced old man and the other 3's eyes trembled when they saw this. Although the Shadow Devil clansman's strength was far inferior to theirs, he was still a 4th grade martial emperor. Could it be that he would die at the hands of a 3rd grade martial emperor? Kill him! The moment Qin Yu appeared, the white-clothed emperor and the fierce tiger emperor of the sacrificial evil god dynasty immediately sensed it and shouted. Sun Guxing's expression changed slightly, but there was nothing he could do. The emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the 5 Ghost sect had already charged towards Qin Yu with murderous intent. Swish, swish, swish. Qin Yu did not panic at all. After the divine light flickered, hundreds of divine light clones fled in all directions. The emperors who were charging towards him did not know which one to chase. Swish! Suddenly, a divine light passed through the chaotic array and entered the Stone Emperor's clone. It was the cultivators of the 2 sects who had been trapped in the indestructible Stone Emperor seal. Now, there were only 2 peak emperors and 7 ordinary emperors left. The rest of the martial emperors had all died. Not good. The 2 peak emperors who were resisting the Stone Emperor's clone's attacks changed their expressions drastically. As the divine light entered the Stone Emperor's clone, the divine aura emanating from it became more powerful and terrifying. Needless to say, they could guess that it was Qin Yu who had merged with the Stone Emperor's clone. Boom! Just as the 2 peak sovereigns had expected. The divine light just now was indeed Qin Yu. After merging with the Stone Emperor's clone, Qin Yu activated the 3 emperors' divine ability and immediately took control of the Stone Emperor's clone. Now, the extraterritorial demon clansmen hiding in the dark had been eliminated, and the martial emperors of the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the 5 Ghost sect had suffered heavy casualties. It was time to deal with the emperors of the 2 sections. After killing those emperors, the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the 5 Ghost sect would not feel any pain. It wasn't any heartache, but a complete and utter injury to his muscles and bones. It could even be fatal. Chapter 464. Hung Long. Qin Yu, who was controlling the Stone Emperor clone, immediately launched an attack. He used the divine abilities of the Dragon Clan and the 3 emperors. The Stone Emperor clone struck out with his palm. Dazzling divine light condensed and turned into a giant palm that slammed down. A 4th grade Emperor Realm Master was unable to react in time and was directly suppressed by the giant palm. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Previously, the Stone Emperor clone's attacks were scattered to deal with everyone, so it only trapped them. But now, under Qin Yu's control, the power was condensed into a single point. With the Stone Emperor clone's battle prowess as a peak Emperor Realm Master, ordinary Emperor Realm Masters were no match for him. Coupled with the enhancement of the chaotic sky god array, his battle prowess was even more ferocious. If it weren't for the help of the two peak emperors from the sacrificial, evil God dynasty, that fourth grade Emperor Realm Master would have been dead. It was likely that his soul had already been scattered and his body had already been destroyed by that palm strike. 9 heavens sea beast, heavenly fire divine talisman, hurricane blade. After saving the fourth grade Emperor Realm Master, the two peak emperors and 6 ordinary emperors immediately attacked with all their might. Their Tao powers surged like a tide, and their divine abilities and secret techniques bombarded crazily. Unfortunately, in terms of defensive power, even in ancient times, the Stone Emperor was in existence that could be counted on one's fingers. Even an opponent of the same level would find it difficult to harm him. Pupiyu. As Qin Yu withstood those berserk bombardments, he once again attacked. Not long after, another 2 Emperor Realm Masters vomited blood and were seriously injured by the Stone Emperor clone. One of them was even killed on the spot by the Dragon Soul, who seized the opportunity to use its space-splitting divine ability to split him in 2. Damn it! In an instant, 3 emperors were killed or injured by Qin Yu. The white-robed man from the sacrificial evil god dynasty, who was entangled by Sun Guxing, had an ugly look on his face. He hated Qin Yu to the core. First, it was the martial Emperor Realm, and now it was the Emperor Realm Master's turn. Qin Yu's threat was far greater than he had expected. We must find a way to kill that brat. The 5 Ghost Sect's fierce Tiger Emperor said with a gloomy look in his eyes. If this continued, not only would they not be able to destroy Heavenly Imperial Palace, they would also be annihilated? How? As long as he's in this chaotic heaven divine formation, he's in an invincible position. The white-clothed man naturally wished he could tear Qin Yu into pieces. But in the current situation, Qin Yu was the one on the chopping block, and their people were the meat on the chopping block. Chaotic sky divine formation? Hearing the white-robed man's voice transmission, ferocious Tiger Emperor's eyes lit up and he immediately looked outside the chaotic heaven divine array. The person the ferocious Tiger Emperor was looking for was naturally the Shadow Devil clan. Since the Shadow Devil clan had broken the chaotic sky god formation before, they would definitely be able to do the same now. However, that Shadow Devil had long since died at Qin Yu's hands. Naturally, he wouldn't be any better off. The ferocious tiger sovereign couldn't help but have an ominous feeling when he saw the shadow demons disappear. He didn't know the identity of the Shadow Devil, but he had known him for several decades. Given the hatred that the Shadow Demon clan had shown towards the Heavenly Imperial Palace, they shouldn't have left just like that. Whoosh! The moment ferocious Tiger Emperor was distracted, Sun Guxing immediately sensed it, and together with the divine sealing light of the God Emperor incarnation, a terrifying secret technique erupted. The ferocious Tiger Emperor was immediately sent flying. Although he wasn't seriously injured, his injuries weren't light. Pucci! At the same time, Qin Yu's battle results had soared again. In addition to the 2 peak Emperor Realm Masters, the other 4 ordinary Emperor Realm Masters were also seriously injured. Kong Long. After being seriously injured, Qin Yu faced off against the 2 peak Emperor Realm Masters. The Dragon Soul used its space-time divine ability to control the chaotic sky divine array's space force and constantly attacked with its space-rending technique. One of the 7 ordinary Emperor Realm Masters had already been killed. Now, the other 6 couldn't resist anymore. Moreover, they were trapped in the indestructible Stone Emperor seal and had nowhere to run, so they died one after another. Although the Emperor souls of the Emperor Realm Masters who were killed managed to escape. However, the flesh and blood contained in the Emperor bodies silently dissipated. In such a fierce battle, naturally no one paid attention to the corpses of the dead. The blood chi of the 7 Emperor Realm Masters was secretly absorbed by the skeleton Ghost King. All the corpses turned into powder and dissipated under the raging power of the skeleton Ghost King. Qin Yu controlled the Stone Emperor clone and rushed out of the indestructible Stone Emperor seal. As for the 2 peak Emperor Realm Masters, Qin Yu couldn't kill them for the time being. so he didn't waste any time on them. Qin Yu decided to get involved in this battle because, firstly, he wanted to help Heavenly Imperial Palace survive the crisis. Secondly, this battle was the best place for the Skeleton Ghost King to hunt. Normally, it was rare to encounter an Emperor Realm Master who was alone. Moreover, even if he did encounter one, Qin Yu wouldn't kill them for no reason. But it was different now. In this battle between the three sects, hundreds of Emperor Realm Masters and tens of thousands of Martial Emperors were involved. Although countless cultivators died, not even leaving behind their corpses. But for Qin Yu, there were still many loopholes that he could exploit. Just like the previous 7 Emperor Realm Masters, the high-level Emperor Realm Masters of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and 5 Ghost Sect naturally wouldn't let Qin Yu act so presumptuously. They all pounced on Qin Yu. Qin Yu used the indestructible Stone Emperor seal with the help of the Chaotic Sky God Array. He separated and trapped the high-level Emperor Realm Masters like he did with the Peak Emperor Realm Masters, then targeted the ordinary Emperor Realm Masters. Under Qin Yu's tactics, the ordinary Emperor Realm Masters of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and 5 Ghost Sect fell one after another. This made the white-robed man of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and Fierce Tiger Emperor of 5 Ghost Sect even more murderous. The people of Heavenly Imperial Palace went from disbelief and ecstasy at the beginning to admiration and shock now. If Qin Yu hadn't appeared out of nowhere in this battle between the two sects, if that was the case, Sky Imperial Palace would be in deep trouble. Wung wung wung. Just as the cultivators of the two sects were dying at an alarming rate, Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and 5 Ghost Sect were already considering whether to retreat or not. In the Heavenly Imperial Palace, a strong fluctuation of Spirit Array appeared. He's finally back. Sensing the fluctuation of Spirit Array in the direction of the transmission hall, Sun Gushing's eyes lit up like stars. It's about time to stop. Qin Yu also noticed it instantly and stopped fighting the cultivators of the two sects. So far, he had killed as many as 32 Emperor Realm Masters. It was easy to imagine how much the Skeleton Ghost King's cultivation would improve with the blood and qi of 32 sovereigns. Of course, these 32 Emperor Realm Masters were only the ones that Qin Yu had killed and devoured. As for the Emperor Realm and Martial Emperor Realm Masters that had died in the previous bloody battle between the three sects, that was even more shocking. What's going on? Has the transmission array of Heavenly Imperial Palace been restored? Soon, the cultivators of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and Heavenly Imperial Palace sensed something. The auras of tens of thousands of cultivators appeared in Heavenly Imperial Palace at once. So it was obvious that the masters of Heavenly Imperial Palace had returned. The faces of the 5 Peak Emperor Realm Masters of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and 5 Ghost Sect were extremely ugly. Their original plan to destroy Heavenly Imperial Palace was completely ruined at this point. Chapter 465. Sensing the return of the masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace, the people of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and 5 Ghosts Sect immediately fell into chaos. In the current situation, Qin Yu alone was enough to kill and injure countless of them. If the masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace joined the fray, it would be a real disaster for them. What happened to the first elder? The top emperors of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty were all surprised. The combat power of the side that killed the evil emperor was more than twice that of their side. Even if it was difficult to kill Shi Tiangang and the others from Heavenly Imperial Palace, it should not be difficult to hold them back. How could Shi Tiangang and the others be teleported back to Heavenly Imperial Palace? Damn it! The face of 5 Ghost Sect's fierce tiger emperor became more and more ugly. Previously, the Shadow Demon clan had promised that they would disable the teleportation of Heavenly Imperial Palace. Once Shi Tiangang and the others left Heavenly Imperial Palace, they would definitely be separated and unable to come back to help. But the current situation was completely different from what they had discussed before. If the Shadow Demon clan had not personally ambushed and killed several emperors from Heavenly Imperial Palace, they would not have been able to escape. Fierce Tiger Emperor and the others would have suspected that the Shadow Demon clan was a spy planted by Heavenly Imperial Palace. Great Elder, what should we do now? The emperors of Five Ghost sect gathered around Fierce Tiger Emperor and joined forces to fight against the Divine Emperor's incarnation and Sun Guxing. But there was unconcealable fear in their eyes, and they could not make up their minds. Think of a way, retreat! Fierce Tiger Emperor ordered without hesitation. If Sun Guxing and the others had not been entangled, Fierce Tiger Emperor would have ordered a retreat long ago. Now that the emperors had rushed over to help, the pressure on him was instantly reduced. Hong Long. But just as they had this thought, the Heavenly Imperial Palace's teleportation hall exploded. Silhouettes after silhouettes shot up into the sky like thousands of arrows. Destructive, murderous intent swept across the area. It was Shi Tiangang and the other masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace. However, compared to the tens of thousands of people who left the palace, there were thousands less people who returned from Heavenly Imperial Palace. There were martial emperors, and even the auras of top emperors like Shi Tiangang and Sun Jiushao were extremely chaotic. One could imagine the price they had to pay to come back from the Earth Star martial world. The three emperors' incarnations? Who is it? Shi Tiangong's gaze swept across the entire area. When he saw the incarnation of the three sovereigns, shock flashed through his eyes. Sun Guxing was being held back, and Elder Pang was maintaining the teleportation array in the teleportation hall. In the Heaven Emperor Palace, who else could control the heaven chaotic god formation to the point where it could manifest the incarnations of the three emperors? Five Ghost Sect. When Sun Yunlang and the others saw ferocious tiger sovereign of the Five Ghost Sect, their expressions immediately darkened. It was intolerable that a super force dared to encroach on Sky Emperor Palace. After this battle, the Five Ghost Sect must be removed from the spiritual state. Only blood for blood could restore the sect's reputation. Of course, as the mastermind, the sacrificial evil godly dynasty would have to pay a huge price. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as the Sky Emperor Palace and the others were about to attack, a dark mass of figures suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Accompanied by the vast pressure, those people flew out of the Heavenly Emperor Palace's chaotic sky divine formation. The people from the sacrificial evil god dynasty were overjoyed. Those people were none other than the army of the sacrificial evil god dynasty, led by Sha Dizun. With the arrival of the masters from both sides, inside the chaotic sky divine formation, the cultivators who were fighting violently all involuntarily stopped and retreated to join their respective masters' armies. Tens of thousands of murderous armies faced each other coldly across the chaotic sky divine formation. But at this time, neither side immediately attacked again. Whether it was the battle in the Earth Star martial world or the battle in Sky Emperor Palace, both sides had paid a heavy price. Now, neither side was confident that they could swallow the other, so they were in a stalemate. What happened? Sha Dizun's cold and indifferent gaze swept across the cultivators who came out of the chaotic sky divine formation, and his face twitched. The cultivators who attacked Sky Emperor Palace originally numbered 40 to 50,000, although there were only a few hundred Emperor Realm Masters. But even if this force could not destroy Sky Emperor Palace, which only had 2 top emperors and 100 divine guards, it was still not enough. It was impossible for there to be such heavy casualties, right? Less than half of the original 40 to 50,000 cultivators from the 2 sects had survived. In other words, the attack on Sky Emperor Palace had killed more than 20,000 martial emperors. More importantly, they had lost nearly 200 Emperor Realm Masters. This was the reason why Sha Dizun was so heartbroken that his face twitched. Even with the heritage of their top forces, the death of so many Emperor Realm Masters was definitely a great blow to their foundation. The white-robed man recounted the whole process with an extremely ugly expression. After Shah Dizun heard this, he immediately looked at the stone emperor's clone. His cold eyes were filled with murderous intent and disbelief. How could a martial emperor turn the tide of the war between three top forces? You mean this was done by Xin Feng? On Sky Emperor Palace's side, Shi Tiangang, Sun Jiushao, Qi Shiri, and the other top emperors also asked Sun Guxing about the battle. When they heard that Qin Yu had single-handedly turned the tide and helped Sky Emperor Palace survive the crisis, they were all stunned. The core emperors and elders of Sky Emperor Palace were all in disbelief. After all, Qin Yu had always been an outstanding talent in their hearts and was just a junior. Yet now, Qin Yu had actually done such a shocking thing. This naturally caused them to feel shocked. The divine ability of the three emperors, Shi Tiangang and the other descendants of the three emperors, all looked at the stone emperor's clone. They did not expect that the divine abilities of the three emperors would have such a miraculous effect. Fortunately, Qin Yu had gone to the Tao space of the three emperors and inherited the divine abilities of the three emperors. Otherwise, their Sky Emperor Palace would have really suffered a calamity today. This little brat. However, Qi Shiri, Qing Jinzhong, and the other descendants of the 12 war generals had different expressions. According to Elder Pang, the abnormality of the transmission array was also discovered by Qin Yu. Now he could completely control the chaotic sky divine array. It was no wonder that Shi Tiangang and the others would protect Qin Yu. This made Qi Shiri and the others feel that they had underestimated Qin Yu. Moreover, they were more and more convinced about the prophecy of the three emperors' descendants. Qin Yu was most likely the person who made the prophecy. This wasn't good news for them. As the crisis was basically over, all kinds of thoughts emerged again. It seems that this battle is going to end here. Thousands of miles away, the dark-faced elder and the others looked at the martial artists of the three sects who were still confronting each other. They had already expected the outcome. The round-faced fatty, the youth with the ancient fan, and the blue-robed woman all nodded slightly. If they wanted to fight, they would have already started. Now that they were still confronting each other, it meant that both sides had the intention to stop fighting. Sure enough, after a long cold confrontation, the sacrificial evil god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect gave the order to gradually retreat. Previously, the Sky Emperor Palace was so weak that they could not destroy it. Now that Shi Tiangang and the others had returned, it was basically impossible for them to destroy the Sky Emperor Palace. It would even be difficult for both sides to suffer heavy losses. As for the Sky Emperor Palace, they had already suffered heavy casualties, so they naturally would not pursue them. Without the help of the chaotic sky divine array, their strength alone was far inferior to the combined strength of the two sections. As for this battle between the three sects that could affect the situation of the spiritual state, it ended just like that. Chapter 466. Although the sacrificial evil god dynasty and Five Ghost sect had retreated, the chaotic sky divine array did not disperse. Sun Yunlang and Elder Pang immediately worked together to restore the divine array the moment the two sects retreated. Qin Yu came out of the Stone Emperor's avatar, and the Three Emperors' avatar was still standing in the divine array, emitting a vast divine aura that suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one knew if there were any forces hiding in the dark in this three-sect war. Therefore, even though the crisis had passed, Sky Emperor Palace did not relax. While on guard, Shi Tiangang and the others arranged for the treatment of the injured cultivators of Sky Emperor Palace. The Sky Emperor Palace clansmen who had entered the ancestral realm earlier appeared one after another to assist them. Soon, the casualty statistics for the two battlefields were out. More than 27,000 martial emperors died. The number of Emperor Realm cultivators was also shocking. One of Sky Emperor Palace's trump cards, more than 100 divine guards, was almost all killed. Only a few survived. The chaotic sky divine array was broken by the Shadow Demon clan in the early stages of the battle. It was because of the hundreds of divine guards that it was not immediately defeated by the two sects' allied forces. Otherwise, even if Chinyu had seen through the mysteries of the chaotic sky divine array and turned the tide, it would have been too late. In the Battle of Sky Emperor Palace, more than 120 emperors died. In the Battle of the Two Armies in the Earth Star Martial World, more than 140 emperors died. In total, Sky Emperor Palace lost more than 200 emperors under the siege of the two great forces. This number was less than the 300 of Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and Five Go Sect. However, the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and Five Go Sect had jointly lost more than 300 emperors. After splitting the losses, each of them only had a little more than 100. Sky Emperor Palace's losses were far greater than theirs. As the three-sect war retreated, the results of the battle immediately spread throughout the spirit state. In less than half a day, the entire heaven realm knew the results of the three-sect war. Countless forces were talking about the three-sect war. The process of the three-sect war could be described as a series of twists and turns. First, Sky Emperor Palace attacked dozens of young cultivators of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. Then, Five Ghost Sect colluded with the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty. The evil emperor led an army of martial artists to battle Shirtiangang and the others in the Earth Star Martial World. Moreover, without the Heavenly Imperial Palace noticing, the two sects' cultivators had split up and besieged the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Originally, they thought that the Sky Emperor Palace would not be able to escape this calamity and would be completely destroyed. Who would have thought that a young junior would appear out of nowhere and save the Sky Emperor Palace from the fire and water? In the end, the two allied forces had no choice but to retreat. Shinfeng. This name quickly spread throughout the heaven domain. The forces of the four regions of the spiritual state were all familiar with Shinfeng. Even many forces in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain had heard of it. After all, Chinyu had won first place on the spiritual state battle ranking list and was quite famous. However, no one would have thought that a mere martial emperor would be able to do so. In this earth-shattering battle where hundreds of venerable sovereigns had fallen, it had actually played a role in turning the tide. Almost everyone in the heaven domain would talk about Chinyu when discussing the battle between the 3 sections. Of course, many of the rumors in the outside world were not true, especially the rumors about Chinyu. Some exaggerated it, while others did not believe it. The 3 major forces who really knew about the battle kept quiet about it. This battle could be said to be a lose-lose battle, and no one was the true winner. Therefore, the 3 sects were naturally not interested in the specific details of the battle. But no matter what, the name Chinyu disguised as Shinfeng had become completely famous in the heaven domain. There were many busybodies who called Chinyu the number 1 person of the younger generation in the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain. This made the geniuses of the middle state a little restless. If it were not for the current situation in the heaven domain being quite turbulent, someone would have already gone to challenge Chinyu. After this battle between the 3 sects, the situation in the spiritual state became a little delicate. Even the Sky Emperor Palace, one of the 7 top forces, was almost destroyed. The experts of the other super forces and medium-sized forces felt a sense of crisis and became more active. An extremely oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the 4 regions of the spiritual state. Even the situation in the heaven domain was greatly affected. This battle between the 3 sects had caused the 9 prefectures of the heaven domain, which had just calmed down, to become turbulent again. And this time the turbulence was so turbulent that once it went berserk, it would become a shocking wave. At this time, in the Sky Emperor Palace, the ordinary sovereigns and elders were dealing with the casualties of the martial artists. The core elders, led by Shirtiangang and other top elders, were discussing important matters. The alliance of the Sacrificial Evil God Dynasty and the Five Ghost Sect this time was a wake-up call for them. Therefore, they were also thinking about which force to ally with. With the current situation of the Sky Emperor Palace, the best target was naturally the top 10 superforces. At this time, if they chose another top force, it would be tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin, and they could be swallowed up at any time. After discussing these important matters, Shi Tiangang and the others also discussed Qin Yu's identity for a long time. This time, the Sky Emperor Palace was saved because of Qin Yu, and such a great contribution had to be greatly rewarded. However, the most important divine ability of the three emperors of the Sky Emperor Palace had already been inherited by Qin Yu. After a long debate, Shi Tiangang and the others decided to make Qin Yu the Holy Prince of the Sky Emperor Palace. This title had only appeared during the era of the three emperors. Only prodigies with heaven-defying talent had the honor of being made the Holy Prince by the three emperors. This was also the reason for the dispute between the descendants of the three emperors and the descendants of the generals. Because the identity of Qin Yu meant that as long as Qin Yu matured in the future, he would basically be the next master of the Sky Emperor Palace. Unfortunately, Qin Yu's influence in this matter was too great. Apart from the descendants of the generals, the other elders, especially Elder Pang, stood firmly on Qin Yu's side, and the descendants of the generals could not be stubborn. On a lonely mountain in the spiritual state, the Sky Emperor Palace again. 7 figures looked at the information in their hands, and their expressions were somewhat unsightly. If a heaven domain martial artist was here, they would be extremely shocked, because these 7 people were all extraterritorial demons. Last time, Ming Xiao and Gu Ming died in the hands of the Sky Emperor Palace. I didn't expect that even Ying Ying would be killed by the Sky Emperor Palace this time. Could it be that the Sky Emperor Palace is hiding some hidden power that we don't know about? Unfortunately, Ming Xiao, who was in charge of hiding in the Sky Emperor Palace, died. We can't find much information about the Sky Emperor Palace. As for sneaking in, that's even more impossible. If we had known, we would have acted together with Ying Ying. The 7 people looked at the information about the war between the 3 sects and discussed with each other. Among the 7 people, 2 of them were ancient demons that Qin Yu had met in the primordial god ruins. The other 2 were Tian Can and Gu Ming, who had appeared in the Ju Tsang martial realm. This kid, among the 2 ancient demons, the handsome man in white stared at Qin Yu, who had appeared from the Stone Emperor's incarnation, with a strange glint in his eyes. This feeling, the curse on the face of the brawny man in black, glowed faintly. Although it was their first time seeing Qin Yu gave them a familiar feeling. That familiarity was not because of his appearance, but his aura. Chapter 467. Could it be? The 2 looked at each other and understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Qin Yu's aura was almost the same as that of the person who stole the god-slaying sword in the primordial god relic. The domineering and invincible aura was still vivid in their minds. Qin Yu couldn't have imitated that aura in the battle between the 3 sections. Even if it was an imitation, it meant that Qin Yu had seen the person who stole the god-slaying sword. They remembered that their plan with the extraterritorial demon race had been thwarted by Sky Imperial Palace. The 2 primordial demons had the same thought. Could it be that Qin Yu was that person from back then? It seems that we have to capture someone from Sky Imperial Palace and ask. The handsome man in white said telepathically. Indeed, we have to figure out the details of the battle. The brawny man in black also made the same decision. Since Sky Imperial Palace's plan has failed, let's prepare to execute the backup plan. At this moment, a man covered in blue beast scales spoke. His cultivation was the strongest among the 7 of them. In fact, he was even stronger than the 2 ancient demons. Let's go. After a long secret discussion, the 7 primordial demons dispersed. Following the extraterritorial demon race's actions, the battle between the 3 sects had ended less than 3 days ago. Before the aftermath of the battle had subsided, another major event happened in the spiritual state. The Five Ghost sect was completely annihilated, with no survivors. This news shocked the spiritual state again, and countless forces took the opportunity to divide the resources of the Five Ghost sect. Of course, forces like the sacrificial evil god dynasty were uneasy, because the Five Ghost sect was destroyed at this time. No matter how one looked at it, this seemed to be revenge from Sky Imperial Palace. After the battle between the three sects, Sky Imperial Palace suffered heavy losses. They still had such combat strength that they could instantly destroy the Five Ghost sect with thunderous means. Although the Five Ghost sect suffered heavy casualties in this battle, it was still one of the top 10 sections. However, it was still one of the 10 great superpowers. Its foundation was not to be underestimated. After suffering heavy losses, Sky Imperial Palace still had thunderous means to destroy the entire Five Ghost sect. The Five Ghost sect was completely annihilated, and not a single one of its 5 affiliated martial arts realms survived. What do you think of this matter? In the holy palace of Sky Imperial Palace, Shirtiangang spoke with a serious expression. The outside world thought that this was the revenge of the heavenly Imperial Palace. Little did they know that while they were still planning to attack the Five Ghost sect, news of the Five Ghost sect's destruction spread. However, Sky Emperor Palace was not in a hurry to clarify the rumors. Because of this misunderstanding, it was perfect for the Sky Imperial Palace, which urgently needed to establish its prestige. Of course, it was better not to clarify, but this matter had to be investigated thoroughly. To be able to quietly eliminate a super force and even massacre the warriors of the 5 martial realms, they were able to do so. Even a top force would find it difficult to achieve such a feat unless they joined forces. Is it possible that the destruction of the Five Ghost sect has something to do with the devils from outside the realm? Chi Shiri, the descendant of the Crimson Thunder War general, speculated it was very likely that the extraterritorial devil race was behind the near annihilation of the heavenly Imperial Palace. There is indeed such a possibility. Sun Yunlang nodded slightly. Asgard Master, I think that no matter what power destroyed the Five Ghost sect, the Five Ghost sect will be destroyed. Since the outside world thinks that the Five Ghost sect has been destroyed, we can't just sit there and do nothing. We have to take action. This way, we can seize the opportunity to plunder resources and also intimidate other forces, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Qing Jinzhong, the descendant of the Green Demon War general, said, That's right. If we want to deepen this misunderstanding, we have to step in. Besides, the Five Ghost sect has also plundered a lot of ancient divine power. We have to investigate the whereabouts of these ancient divine powers. Qi Xuanhai, the descendant of the Heavenly Flames War general, said, In that case, Elder Qi, bring some men to the territory of the Five Ghost sect. Jiu Shao, bring some men to act secretly just in case. Thinking of the ancient divine power, Shirtiangang made up his mind. Perhaps the ancient divine power of the Five Ghost sect had been taken away when the sect was destroyed. But no matter what, the ancient divine power was of great importance, and they could not just sit there and do nothing. In this battle with the 2 sects of the Daxi God dynasty, both of them and the Daxi God dynasty were extremely powerful. Everyone knew how powerful the primordial divine power was. Hence, they couldn't afford to lose in the fight for the primordial divine power. Palace Master, Xin Feng is here to see you. After the arrangements were made and the elders took action, Shirtiangang was about to leave when someone informed him that Qin Yu was here. Let him in. Not long after, Qin Yu entered the sacred palace. Palace Master, I have 2 very important news here. I think I should tell you. Qin Yu's expression was a little solemn. He decided to come after hearing the news of the Five Ghost sect's destruction. What news? Seeing Qin Yu's expression, Shirtiangang was a little surprised. All along, Qin Yu had given him a mature and steady impression. Even when he was appointed as the son of the sacred emperor, Qin Yu's expression was quite calm. He was a little curious about what news could make Qin Yu show such a solemn expression. The first news is that the extraterritorial demon race is involved in the joint operation of the Daxi god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect. Qin Yu said, "How can you be sure that the extraterritorial demon race is involved?" Shi Tiangang was a little surprised. They had long been aware that the extraterritorial demon race was behind the scenes in this battle between the three sections. But it was only inferred from the lurking Elder Ho. In this battle between the three sects, the extraterritorial demon race had never appeared, so they were only guessing. However, Qin Yu's current tone was extremely certain. This instead caused Shi Tiangang to be a bit surprised. When I was controlling the chaotic sky divine array, the extraterritorial demon race appeared. The chaotic sky divine array was broken by the extraterritorial demon race. He attacked me when I was controlling the chaotic sky divine array, but I killed him with the chaotic sky divine array. Qin Yu said, "In that case, the Daxi god dynasty and the Five Ghost sect have indeed joined forces with the extraterritorial demon race." Shi Tiangang muttered to himself. He wasn't surprised that Qin Yu killed the extraterritorial demon race. He had long known the details of the battle in the heavenly imperial palace from Sun Jiuxiao. He was naturally clear about the cultivation of the person who broke the chaotic sky divine array. Fourth grade Emperor realm. Qin Yu later controlled the three emperors' incarnations and killed 20 to 30 of them. Now, he naturally wasn't surprised at all. But the information that Qin Yu said made him certain that the extraterritorial demon race was behind it. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind. The one that had the most thoughts was naturally the extraterritorial demon race. What kind of plan did they have to deploy such an operation? Would they take action in the future? Confirming that the extraterritorial demon race was plotting behind the scenes and guessing that the extraterritorial demon race was involved were two completely different meanings. What about the second news? Shi Tiangang came back to his senses, and his expression became solemn. Since Qin Yu mentioned the extraterritorial demon race first, it meant that the second news he mentioned was probably even more shocking than the first. Chapter 468. The second piece of news is also related to the extraterritorial demon race. This news was obtained by searching the souls of the extraterritorial demons after I killed them. Qin Yu replied, "What news?" Shi Tiangang asked seriously, "Since it was obtained by searching the souls of the extraterritorial demons, then this news was probably the core secret of the extraterritorial demons. The birth of the ancient divine power was planned by the extraterritorial demons." Qin Yu said slowly. "Whoa." Before Qin Yu finished speaking, Shi Tiangang suddenly stood up, his eyes bulging in shock. "You're saying that the ancient divine power relics that appeared in the 8 states of the heaven domain were planned by the extraterritorial demons?" The degree of shock of this news far exceeded that of the extraterritorial demons' plan for the war between the three sections. At most, the war between the three sects would turn the spirit state upside down. But if the 8 ancient divine power relics appeared, it was also done by the extraterritorial demons. That meant that the extraterritorial demons were not only coveting the spirit state, but the entire heaven domain. Moreover, when the ancient divine power relics appeared, it meant that the extraterritorial demons had already completed their deployment. The war between the three sects this time was the signal for the start of their operation? But what was the extraterritorial demons' goal and scheme? One had to know that after the ancient divine power merged with true essence, it would increase the strength of a warrior. And it was absolutely impossible for the extraterritorial demons to do something that was beneficial to the warriors of the heaven domain. It is said that the extraterritorial demons have a way to control the ancient divine power. When Qin Yu's voice landed in Shi Tianggang's ears, it was no less than a clap of thunder. Shi Tianggang's gaze froze. A shocking chill emerged from his heart, causing his entire body to turn cold as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Xinfeng, is this news really obtained from the extraterritorial demons' souls?" After a long time, Shirtiangang slowly came back to his senses and stared at Qinyu with extreme seriousness. This news was too shocking, and it was even enough to shock the entire heaven domain. Once it spread, one could imagine what kind of turmoil would occur in the heaven domain. That's right. Qinyu nodded. What's the extraterritorial demon's specific plan? Shirtiangang immediately asked. I don't know the exact plan. There was a restriction in the extraterritorial devil's soul sea. In the end, he self-combusted and died. Qinyu said. In fact, he hadn't obtained any useful information from the Outer devils. Qinyu had deduced that the Outer devils could control the ancient divine power after fighting the black-robed old man and the shadow devils. Of course, this deduction was absolutely correct. That was because the Shadow Devil clan's divine power imprint could directly suppress his primordial divine power. After all, his primordial divine power contained the spirits of the 8 great primordial gods. These 2 pieces of information are of great importance. Don't reveal them to anyone. Shirtiangang thought for a moment and solemnly warned. Now all the forces in the heaven domain were crazily fighting for the primordial divine power. Even if this news were to spread out, it would be impossible for them to escape. People would also think that they were deliberately spreading the news in order to snatch the primordial divine power. There were probably only a few forces that believed him. On the other hand, once the extraterritorial demons learned that Emperor Tianhuang was aware of this news, they would immediately attack. Needless to say, they would definitely send a massive army to wipe out the Sky Emperor Palace. In this war between the 3 sects, just the Outer devils were involved, and it almost destroyed the Sky Emperor Palace. If the Outer devils attacked the Sky Emperor Palace with all their strength, the Sky Emperor Palace would definitely suffer a fatal blow. Not to mention that the Sky Emperor Palace was greatly weakened. Even at its peak, it was no match for the Outer devils. To fight against the entire Outer devil race, the 9 states of the heaven domain had to unite. Like the 9 states of the heaven domain, the Outer devils were divided into countless races and forces. But since the Outer devils had already deployed such an operation, it meant that the entire Outer devil race's forces were most likely united. At this time, Shirtiangang naturally wouldn't let the Sky Emperor Palace fall into such a dangerous situation. Now that the spirit state and even the heaven domain were in constant turmoil, the Sky Emperor Palace's top priority was to protect itself and recover. He did not want the Heavenly Imperial Palace to end up like the 5 Ghost sect and be wiped out without a sound. As for other things, Shirtiangang didn't think too much about it for the time being. After all, even if the sky fell, there would be someone higher to hold it up. Other than the palace lord, I didn't tell anyone about this. Qin, you didn't spread this matter to the outside world, and even in the Sky Emperor Palace. Only Shirtiangang knew about it. That's good. Shirtiangang nodded, looking at Shirtiangang, who had a solemn expression and a thoughtful look in his eyes. Qin didn't stay any longer and took his leave. After thinking for a long time, Shirtiangang secretly summoned Sun Juxiao, Sun Yunlang, and the other top sovereigns among the descendants of the 3 sovereigns. There was only one purpose for this gathering. They had to find a way to neutralize the ancient divine power and expel the ancient divine power from their true essence. Why don't you use the divine power imprint and see if you can absorb the ancient divine power in Shirtianggang's body? As soon as he left the sacred palace, Qinyu heard the dragon soul's somewhat puzzled voice. In the dragon soul's view, since Qinyu had told the Sky Emperor Palace these 2 pieces of information, the Sky Emperor Palace would definitely think of a way to neutralize the ancient divine power in their bodies. If Qinyu could absorb the ancient divine power in their bodies and integrate it into their true essence, the Sky Emperor Palace and the others would definitely not refuse. And with the amount of ancient divine power that the Sky Emperor Palace had obtained, it would be a great supplement for Qinyu. Although he had refined the ancient divine power of the Shadow Demon Clan, the ancient divine power in Qinyu's body now, compared to the ancient divine power he had when he came out of the primordial god ruins, More than 20% had been consumed. In the previous battles against the sovereigns of the demon race, Qin Yu had consumed an astonishing amount of ancient divine power imprints. Now is not the time to expose the divine power imprint. Qin Yu shook his head slightly. Now the Azure Dragon Battle Power and the Ancient Divine Power were his two greatest trump cards. Once he lost one of them, Qin Yu would only be able to match an ordinary Emperor Realm Master. He wouldn't be able to kill a third or fourth grade Emperor like he was now. Therefore, even Shi Tiangang and the other descendants of the three sovereigns should be trustworthy. Before his cultivation reached the Emperor realm and he had enough strength, Qin Yu wouldn't easily expose his trump cards. As for the consumption of ancient divine power, given the chaotic situation in the spiritual state, as long as the divine power imprint could indeed absorb the ancient divine power in a cultivator's body and integrate it into their true qi, then there would be plenty of opportunities to plunder it in the future. Hey, Shenfeng! While Qin Yu was talking with the dragon soul, he was about to return to his residence when he suddenly heard a clear voice. Qin Yu tilts his head to take a look. Sun Shiyu, dressed in white, is walking toward him. Young lady. After seeing Sun Shiyu, Qin Yu, who had greeted her, suddenly had a bright light flash in his eyes. What's wrong? The dragon's soul noticed the change in Qin Yu's mood and couldn't help but ask, "Do you think Sun Guxing's divination can find the whereabouts of the dragon race in the heaven domain?" Qin Yu suddenly had an idea. Ever since AOD's 8 desolate wind flame dragon, the dragon soul hadn't sensed any fluctuations of the dragon race. So Qin Yu had to find another way. Chapter 469. That's possible. After a slight pause, the dragon's soul nodded. If one cultivated the Tao of divination to a high level, they could even see the past and future. However, Sun Guxing's Tao of divination doesn't seem to be high. But immediately the dragon soul said, Sun Guxing did not even realize that the war between the three sects was a major event that could lead to the annihilation of his sect. His Tao of divination didn't seem to be too hopeful. Let's try our luck. If he couldn't get any useful information from Sun Guxing, then Qin Yu would have to leave the spiritual state and go to other states. The dragon's soul had carefully sensed the spiritual state and found that there were indeed no dragons. We haven't had the time to deal with the calamity in the palace. Thank you for your help. Sun Shiyu walks over and salutes Qin Yu in a rather solemn manner. If the Heavenly Emperor Palace was destroyed by the two sects, her father would definitely be the first to bear the brunt of the calamity. It could be said that Qin Yu was her father's savior. The palace master has already rewarded me for this matter. There's no need to thank me. Qin Yu came back to his senses and said, Speaking of which, I have to congratulate you. Sun Shiyu said with a smile, Congratulate me for being appointed as the Saint Prince. Qin Yu smiled. Of course, this title only appeared in the era of the three emperors. Sun Shiyu was a little emotional. Back then, in the Shinyue martial realm, Qin Yu faced the martial emperor realm of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and needed her help to escape. But now, Qin Yu had far surpassed her in terms of strength and status. When Qin Yu won first place on the spiritual state battle ranking, Sun Shiyu still had some fighting spirit. As long as the bloodline of the three emperors in her body was ignited, Sun Shiyu was confident that she could catch up to Qin Yu. However, after this battle between the three sects, Sun Shiyu could only look up to Qin Yu's back. By the way, how is Elder Sun's injury? After a few words, Qin Yu asked about Sun Guxing. In this battle of the Sky Emperor Palace, Sun Guxing had even ignited the bloodline of the three emperors. Even if he did not suffer any fatal injuries, his situation was not optimistic. Father is currently recuperating in seclusion. The palace lord, second uncle, and fourth uncle have all gone to see him. There shouldn't be any problems. Sun Shiyu said, I have something to ask of Elder Sunday. Can we meet after Elder Sun comes out of seclusion? Qin Yu said, That shouldn't be a problem. Although her father was someone who rarely saw people, Qin Yu was an exception. After chatting for a while, the two of them parted ways. Qin Yu returned to his residence and began cultivating. Although he was only a rank 3 martial emperor the entire time, his actual cultivation had already reached the peak of rank 7 martial emperor. After the battle ended, Qin Yu had been training the entire time. He wanted to break through to rank 8 martial emperor. However, although there was only a fine line between peak rank 7 and rank 8, there was a huge gap. If he wanted to break through, he would need to accumulate for a long time. After all, a rank 8 martial emperor was already a high-level martial emperor. He was getting closer and closer to the emperor realm. While Qin Yu was cultivating, he was also paying attention to the skeleton Ghost King's cultivation. When he was in the 9-grain martial realm, he had continuously devoured Elder Ho and the black-robed old man. The skeleton Ghost King had crossed the half-step emperor realm and officially entered the emperor realm. As for the invasion of the heavenly imperial palace by the evil sacrificial god dynasty and the 5 ghost sect, the skeleton Ghost King had secretly devoured the vitality of over 30 emperor realm masters and several thousand martial emperors. Therefore, in the past few days, the skeleton Ghost King's cultivation had been increasing at a speed that shocked even Qin Yu. He had already broken through to rank 3 emperor realm and was still increasing. Under this training, 2 months slowly passed by. Qin Yu, who had been cultivating at 10 times the speed of the dragon soul, finally broke through to rank 8 martial emperor half a month ago. The skeleton Ghost King's cultivation had improved even more. It had reached the peak of rank 4 martial emperor realm. Because of this, the skeleton Ghost King had awakened the divine ability of the barbarian god emperor body, boundless 10,000 beasts. This divine ability used vast vitality to awaken the hundreds of millions of beast souls in the barbarian god emperor body. The barbarian god emperor body did not belong to the barbarian god. It was left behind by a divine beast during the Desolate Era. Later, the hundreds of millions of beasts suffered a calamity during the Desolate Era. Countless beast souls fused with the barbarian god emperor body and sealed it. It was not until the skeleton Ghost King reached the martial emperor realm that the seal on the barbarian god emperor body was broken. Of course, although the barbarian god emperor body contained hundreds of millions of beast souls. But the skeleton Ghost King could only summon a few hundred beast souls to fight, and every time he summoned beast souls, he would need to consume a large amount of vitality. The power of this secret technique was astonishing, but the price to use it was not small. But no matter what, the skeleton Ghost King's breakthrough allowed Qin Yu's strength to increase by several levels. In the past 2 months, the northern region of the spirit state did not have any major upheavals after the 3-sect war. But in the other 3 regions, for super forces and 20 mid-level forces had been destroyed. Apart from the spirit state, the other 8 states of the Qingyan realm were not peaceful either. Among the human forces in the eastern and southern continents, 2 of the top forces had been destroyed by several major forces. In the southern and southern continents, where the 2 major demon clans gathered, more than 10 top-level demon sovereigns had died and 7 major demon clans had disappeared. Countless descendants of ancient beasts and divine beasts in the barren state had a shocking beast tide. Even the demon state and the divine state were in turmoil. Among the 9 states, the only state that was stable was the middle state, where the Qingyan realm's providence was located. Among the 9 states of the Qingyan realm, the middle state was undoubtedly the strongest. It had many super sovereigns and ancient emperors. The middle state had always been the symbol of the Qingyan realm. In the past, a powerful figure once said that if the middle state was in chaos, the Qingyan realm would also be in chaos. As long as the middle state did not fall, the Qingyan realm would not be destroyed. But now the central continent was not in chaos, but the heaven region was in complete chaos. Even if the middle state wanted to suppress the situation, it would be difficult to do so. After 2.5 months, Sun Gushing finally finished his seclusion. Sun, Shiyu sent a voice transmission to Qinyu. Celestial Tower, Celestial Palace. This was the Heavenly Imperial Palace, the place where generations of diviners cultivated and divined. Normally, even core sovereigns could not easily enter this place. In the hall of the Celestial Tower, Sun Gushing, who was wearing a starry robe, sat cross-legged. In front of him was a huge ancient star plate. There were 99 spirit plates gathered on it. The spirit plates flickered with starlight like a starry sky. Wong wong wong. Along with the sound of the transmission array, a figure came to the top of the Celestial Tower. Elder Sun. The person who came was Qinyu. Shiyu said that you have something to ask me. You want me to divine something, right? Sun Gushing stood up and looked at Qinyu with a smile on his face. Usually, there are countless people who came to him for help. They all wanted him to perform a divination. But Sun Gushing rarely did so, unless it was related to the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Because there was a saying, heaven's secrets must not be revealed. This was not just empty words. Diviners had to pay a price to perform divination. The more accurate the divination, the greater the price. The generations of Heavenly Imperial Palace's diviners were all peak sovereigns, but very few of them enjoyed their old age. Most of them died inexplicably due to unexpected misfortune. If not for Qinyu standing up in the three-sect war and turning the tide, Sun Gushing would not have met with Qinyu. Chapter 470. That's right. Seeing that Sun Gushing had spoken so straightforwardly, Qinyu did not bother to be courteous and nodded. What do you want to divine? Sun Gushing asked. I want to know where the dragon race lives in the heaven domain. Qinyu said, Dragon race? Sun Gushing was surprised. He did not expect Qinyu to be looking for the dragon race. Sun Gushing knew that Qinyu knew the dragon race's secret technique. But why was Qinyu looking for the dragon race? Why are you looking for the dragon race? After a moment of silence, Sun Gushing asked Qinyu, in the inheritance of the three emperors, there is a secret technique that requires the nourishment of fresh dragon blood. If I succeed in cultivating that secret technique, my cultivation will be able to jump 5 or 6 layers. I might even be able to break through to the emperor realm. Qin, you seem to be in a difficult position. He thought for a while before speaking slowly. He was paving the way for him to break through to the emperor realm in the future. With the inheritance of the three emperors as an excuse, when he really broke through to the emperor realm, it would not be so shocking. There's such a secret technique. Sun Gushing was extremely surprised. Qin, you was only a rank 3 martial emperor now. Would there really be such a huge increase in strength after being nourished by dragon blood? Sun Gushing was the descendant of the 3 emperors, but it was the first time he heard of such a secret technique. This made him a little worried. Would there be any side effects? One must know that Qinyu was now the holy prince of the Heaven Emperor Palace. Whether it was in terms of talent or status, he was already higher than Sun Shiyu. As long as he grew up in the future, he would definitely become a top emperor realm master. But if he cultivated the secret technique carelessly, there might be some accidents. There is indeed such a secret technique in the inheritance of the 3 emperors. With the dragon blood as the supplement and the 3 emperors' divine abilities as the core, it can increase one's cultivation without any side effects. As for whether it will succeed or not, I don't know. But even if it's fake, I still want to give it a try. Qinyu said seriously. All right. Sun Gushing did not hesitate any further after hearing this, as he turned around and walked toward the giant ancient disc. If it were him, he would not have given up on such a secret technique. On this point, Sun Gushing could understand Qinyu. Of course, this was also because he trusted the 3 ancient emperors from the bottom of his heart. If the 3 ancient emperors had really left behind such a secret technique, there should be nothing wrong with it. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Sun Gushing waved his right hand, and an ancient dragon scale appeared, placing it on the giant ancient plate. His hands then covered the dragon scales. Immediately after, intense starlight flickered on his body. At this moment, the stars on the starry robe started to shine brightly. Strands of starlight spread out and finally gathered at the center of his palms, condensing into an ancient and profound star divine seal. As the star divine seal began to tremble, specks of starlight began to scatter and merge with the giant ancient disk. Immediately, the 99 spirit plates on the huge ancient plate began to shine with starlight. After the spirit disks shone with starlight, scenes began to appear one after another. If one took a closer look, they would be able to see that. The 99 spirit disks vaguely formed a map of 9 continents, which was the 9 continents of the heaven domain. After more than 2 hours, when cold sweat began to appear on Sun Gushing's face, an almost undetectable sound could be heard. On the map of the 9 continents, a star mark appeared on one of the continents. That's the East continent. Seeing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Judging from the map of the 9 continents, it was definitely the East continent. Did he really find the dragon tribe? The dragon soul's eyes also lit up. It seemed that he had underestimated Sun Gushing's divination skills. After the map of the East continent lit up, Sun Gushing's hands began to move in an ancient ritual. The map of the middle continent continued to expand, and even the mountains and rivers appeared clearly. Finally, the starry scene stopped at a certain spot. Looking at the scene, Qin Yu pondered. He vaguely felt that the scene was somewhat familiar. When Sun Gushing saw the image, he let out a soft gasp of surprise. Bang! This momentary absent-mindedness caused the scene formed by the starlight to disappear with a bang. Elder Sun, do you know where that place was? Qin Yu looked at Sun Gushing. Yes, that's the immemorial ancient land of the East continent, the immortal Phoenix Stream. Sun Gushing nodded slightly. Immortal Phoenix Stream. Qin Yu was enlightened. No wonder he found it familiar. He had been there in his previous life. The immortal Phoenix Stream was rumored to have an immortal beast from the immemorial ancient land. The immortal Phoenix had passed away there. Because of this, the demon tribe of the 2 continents in the north and west, as well as the descendants of the immemorial ancient beasts and even the divine beasts, would often go to the immortal Phoenix Stream. There were many rumors about that place, but only a few had actually obtained the opportunity. Immortal Phoenix? Could it be? Suddenly, Qin Yu's expression changed slightly, as if he had thought of something. That's right. That is the place where the immemorial divine Phoenix bone was found. Sun Gushing seemed to know what Qin Yu was thinking and nodded. More than 2 months ago, he had divined that there was an immemorial divine Phoenix bone in the immortal Phoenix Stream. If not for the war between the 3 sects, the imperial palace of Sky Emperor would have gone there long ago. What a coincidence! Qin Yu laughed. With the imperial palace of Sky Emperor, even if they encountered a powerful, transformed dragon, they should be able to take it down. Unless it was someone at the level of AOD. None of the top sovereigns were easy to deal with. This was because they could step into the peak of the divine grade at any time. Qin Yu's cultivation in his previous life was at the peak of the divine grade sovereign. A divine grade sovereign could easily destroy a top force. This was the difference between the 7 top forces of the spiritual state and the supreme orthodoxies and ancient sacred grounds of the middle continent. This was because the top forces of the middle continent basically all had divine grade sovereigns. Of course, many of the top forces of the East continent and the South continent had divine grade sovereigns, but it was extremely rare. Shanfeng, the East continent, is not like the spiritual state. The imperial palace of Sky Emperor has no foundation there. So, don't go to the immortal Phoenix Stream. As for the dragon blood, I will ask the elders of the palace to seal it for you and bring it back. At this moment, Sun Gushing, who had been thinking for a while, looked at Qin Yu. After he came out of seclusion, he heard that a top force in the East Continent had been destroyed. One could imagine that the turmoil in the East Continent was definitely far greater than in the spiritual state. At this time, he did not want Qin to take the risk. "Thank you for your kindness, Elder, but I must go to the immortal Phoenix stream." Qin shook his head. The so-called fresh dragon blood was just a pretense. What Qin wanted was the dragon clan's origin dragon blood. In addition, he wanted to subdue the dragon clan and build a foundation for the eternal dragon nation. The 8-winged flame dragon could not be subdued for the time being. Now, Qin only had the golden flame heaven incinerating dragon and the purple thunder heaven dragon in his dragon nation. Only by subduing more dragons could it be called a dragon nation. Chapter 471. Seeing Qin attitude, Sun Gushing didn't say anything more. Judging from Qin usual behavior, even if the palace ordered him to be grounded, Qin would absolutely ignore it. More than a month had passed. After confirming that the spirit state was in turmoil and that the Heavenly Emperor Palace had enough strength to deal with it, Shutiangang sent people to the East Continent. This time, not many people were sent, only 30 or so. But except for Qin, they were all Emperor Realm Masters. The two leaders were the two brothers Sun Gushing and Sun Juxiao. The two of them usually didn't show up in the palace. Even if they didn't show up for a long time, no one would notice anything. The other Emperor Realm Masters were also under Sun Juxiao's command. Their loyalty was comparable to the Divine Guards. Half a month later, Sun Gushing, Qin and the others who had disguised themselves and left the spirit state silently finally arrived at the East Continent. East Continent, Cloud Star Imperial Territory. Cloud Star Imperial Territory was one of the 18 imperial territories of the East Continent, located in the southern part of the Spirit State in the Northern Territory. This imperial territory could also be said to be the entrance to the East Territory. Whether leaving or coming to the East Continent, one would have to pass through here. Of course, it wasn't impossible to leave the other areas of the East Continent. However, due to the special geographical environment, the other 3 sides of the East Continent were chaotic void. The danger level was considered a forbidden area. Even ordinary Emperor Realm Masters might be in danger. Therefore, Cloud Star Imperial Territory became the most lively imperial territory in the East Continent. Let's rest here for a day and immediately go to the immortal Phoenix stream tomorrow. After arriving at Cloud Star Imperial Territory, someone immediately came to pick them up. It was someone sent by Sun Jiuxiao in advance. After staying in an ancient city in Cloud Star Imperial Territory. This aura. Qin, who was buying spiritual materials to assist the Dragon Clan's cultivation in the city, suddenly looked at a few cultivators who walked past him. Ghost Emperor Holy Island. A cold light flashed in the Dragon Soul's eyes. The cultivation techniques of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island's cultivators had special fluctuations. Most of the time, those fluctuations were more conspicuous than the symbols on their bodies. Therefore, even if the Ghost Emperor Holy Island's cultivators didn't wear Ghost Emperor Holy Island's clothes, few people dared to provoke them. Of course, those people did not wear the Ghost Emperor Holy Island's uniform, nor did they emit any aura fluctuations. It was only because Qin and the Dragon Soul were too familiar with the Ghost Emperor's sacred island that they noticed it immediately. Why are you in such a hurry? Could it be that something big happened? After thinking for a moment, Qin followed him without leaving a trace. After following them for a period of time, Qin disguised appearance had already changed. He had turned into an unprepossessing, middle-aged man. The people from the Ghost Emperor's sacred island passed through most of the ancient city and entered an ancient palace. Qin quietly used his escape technique to follow. She's really good at hiding. There are so many of us, and we've been chasing her for so long, but we still haven't caught up to her. After diving into the ground and using his secret technique, Qin heard a familiar voice. It's him. After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu remembered. The voice belonged to the azure-clothed man from the Ghost Emperor's sacred island, Zhou Xiaotian, who attacked him outside the Xinyue Imperial Mausoleum. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. He did not expect to meet him here. Judging from his aura, Zhou Xiaotian should still be a rank 6 martial emperor. According to the report from the spy, she should have arrived in this city. We've been tracking her for so long and only found out that she's in the East Continent. This time, we can't let her escape. Indeed, she knows the most about the Heavenly Moon Palace. If she escapes this time, she might run to the spiritual state. The spiritual state. A while ago, there was a war between the 3 sects in the spiritual state. You should all know about it. Who would have thought that a little martial ancestor could grow to such a level? I heard that kid killed dozens of martial emperors in a row, so no matter what, we can't let her go to the spiritual state. The matter of the ancient immortal token of the 100 martial realm must be stopped by her. Could it be? Listening to the discussion in the room, Qin Yu fell into deep thought. It was the first time Qin Yu heard about the Heavenly Moon Palace. But when he thought of the 100 martial realm, the ancient immortal token, and the Heavenly Imperial Palace, this caused many thoughts to emerge in Qin Yu's mind. The person they're talking about can't be the palace master of the 100 Beast Palace, right? After listening for a while, the dragon's soul also had such a guess. The palace master of the 100 Beast Palace was naturally Su Xiaoya. After the war, the 100 Beast Palace was disbanded, and Su Xiaoya returned to the heavenly realm. Qin Yu also went to the spiritual state with Sun Xiu after quelling the chaos in the ancient imperial palace. But there was no news of Su Xiaoya. Although he did not know if the person the Ghost Emperor Holy Island was talking about was Su Xiaoya. But the kid from the heavenly imperial palace was obviously talking about Qin Yu. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered that Su Xiaoya once said that the force behind her was not afraid of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. To be able to establish a foothold in the central state and not be afraid of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, it should be a top force in the central state. But all this time, there seemed to be no news of a top force in the central state being destroyed, or even a great war. Whoosh! Suddenly, the fluctuation of a sound transmission talisman appeared, and an excited voice sounded in the house. Found her. The hidden sentries have their eyes on her. Let's go. Immediately, the spies from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island left the house. Qin Yu restrained his aura and quietly followed them. Among the spies from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, Zhou Xiaotian was indeed among them. There were 17 cultivators beside Zhou Xiaotian, and they were all martial emperors. The highest cultivation was Peak Martial Emperor, and the rest were all rank 6 martial emperors. With Qin Yu's current rank 8 martial emperor cultivation, it was easy for him to follow these people without being discovered. Whoosh! At this moment, outside the ancient city, a graceful figure in a blue robe was flying through the air with a serious expression on her face. This person was Su Xiaoya, but compared to the cultivation of the 100 Beast Palace in the 100 Martial Realm, Su Xiaoya had officially stepped into the Martial Emperor realm, but she was only a rank 1 Martial Emperor. Su Xiaoya was escaping in the direction of the void that could leave the East Continent. After escaping from the Central State to the East Continent, she originally thought that she would not be discovered so quickly. But Su Xiaoya had underestimated the spies of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. The martial emperors of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island had already tracked her to the East Continent. She had to escape. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion resounded. On the ground, a huge earth dragon broke through the ground and soared into the sky without any warning. It opened its mouth ferociously and bit toward Su Xiaoya. Judging by its ferocious aura, it was at least a rank 3 martial emperor. 9-star divine body. Su Xiaoya's expression changed drastically. She immediately activated her spiritual body and moved her hands. Beams of starlight condensed into arc-shaped blades and attacked. But the Earth Dragon's attack was far more powerful than Su Xiaoya's attack, and it instantly shattered the starlight blades. Su Xiaoya took advantage of this gap and immediately dodged to the side, quickly escaping with explosive flash. Chapter 472. Xiao! 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 But at this moment, 3 figures appeared and surrounded Su Xiaoya. They were 3 grade 4 or 5 martial emperors. Although their cultivations were much higher than Su Xiaoya's, the 3 of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Su Xiaoya was indeed only a grade 1 martial emperor, but she had a divine weapon left behind by the Heavenly Moon Palace. The dozens of martial emperors who had chased her along the way had all died in her hands. Speaking of which, it was strange. Divine weapons required one to be at least an emperor realm to use. Some powerful divine weapons were even difficult for ordinary emperor realm masters to use. But Su Xiaoya had broken this limit. Seeing that she was surrounded, Su Xiaoya's expression became more dignified, but she did not panic. Starlight flickered in her palm, and a star divine seal appeared. In the star divine seal, there was a star sword shadow that was faintly discernible. Swish! Su Xiaoya's body was surrounded by star divine light, and she suddenly rushed out. When she saw the 3 martial emperors use their powerful divine abilities and secret techniques to attack, Su Xiaoya raised her right hand, and a star sword light broke through the sky, and a deep spatial crack appeared in the void. The divine abilities and secret techniques of the 3 martial emperors were destroyed by the star sword light. The power of the 2 was not on the same level. Puchi, the star sword light, streaked across the void. A martial emperor who was on full alert wanted to dodge the attack. A bloody hole appeared in between his eyebrows. His emperor soul was torn apart and devoured by the star sword light. When the star sword light devoured the emperor soul, the star sword shadow in the star divine seal in Su Xiaoya's palm seemed to have condensed a little. Even Su Xiaoya's eyes were filled with a bloody light. It made her eyes appear infatuated for a moment, as if she was immersed in a bloodthirsty state. But it was only for a moment. Su Xiaoya came back to her senses. She felt the star sword shadow in the star divine seal in her palm become more and more terrifying. Su Xiaoya's eyes could not help but darken. The star sword shadow was indeed a supreme divine weapon. But the star sword shadow's increasing power made Su Xiaoya feel more and more flustered. She gradually felt that it was difficult to control the star sword shadow. Of course, now was not the time for that. Su Xiaoya seized the opportunity and immediately rushed out of the encirclement. Whoosh! Just as Su Xiaoya rushed out of the encirclement, a pitch-black and gloomy ghost chi broke through the air like a meteor. Su Xiaoya's pupils shrank and the hair on her body stood on end. Without thinking, she slapped her right hand behind her. The star divine seal in his palm dashed out, transforming into a star sword that was about 10 feet long. Rumble! The star treasure sword instantly collided with the dark and gloomy ghost chi, as if a mountain flood had met a tsunami. Earth-shattering explosions resounded through the sky. With the collision of the 2 as the epicenter, the void within a radius of 10,000 miles turned into an area of destruction. The 2 rank 4 or 5 martial emperors and the ferocious earth dragon were sent flying while vomiting blood. Peak of martial emperor realm, Su Xiao, who was surrounded by intense starlight, was protected by the sword aura emitted by the starry godly sword and did not suffer any impact. However, her expression became extremely serious. Only a peak martial emperor could emit the aura of the dark and gloomy ghost chi. Whoosh! 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 Several figures rushed out of the destructive shock wave and surrounded Su Xiaoya. They were Zhou Xiaotian and the others. When Su Xiaoya saw Zhou Xiaotian and the others, a strong killing intent emerged in her eyes. Ni Xiaoya, it's time to end the farce of running away. A middle-aged man in black, who was the leader of the 18 people, said indifferently. Why? Su Xiaoya asked coldly. You're asking why we want to exterminate the Heavenly Moon Palace? The reason is simple. It's because you got involved in something you shouldn't have. That's why you brought disaster to your sect. Do you really think that Green Feather Island will fall out with our holy island because of your sect? The middle-aged man in black said indifferently. Although Green Feather Island was also a top force in the Central State, it was still a little inferior to the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. Moreover, the status of the two forces was completely different. Green Feather Island was deeply rooted in the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and had the backing of a top martial emperor. However, Su Xiaoya's Heavenly Moon Palace was not very powerful in Green Feather Island. After the negotiations between the emperor masters of both sides, Heavenly Moon Palace was left alone. Under their ambush, Heavenly Moon Palace was destroyed. Even the disappearance of Heavenly Moon Palace did not cause any ripples in the outside world. It disappeared silently. Only Su Xiaoya managed to escape with her life with the help of her master. But now, this fish that escaped the net was finally going to be caught. Something I shouldn't have been involved in? Is it Qinyu? Or the ancient immortal token? Or perhaps both? The killing intent in Su Xiaoya's eyes grew stronger, and she could not suppress her anger. She was completely an outsider in this matter. Was she going to be killed because of this? You're not too stupid. Unfortunately, you didn't think it through before. If you had obediently agreed to lure that boy out, there wouldn't be so much trouble. The middle-aged man in black said indifferently, "You wanted to kill Qinyu, but failed, so you attacked our sect. You were afraid that the Ghost Emperor would find out about this and blame us. So you wanted to hide the fact that Qin Yu got the ancient immortal token, and then Qin Yu slipped away from your hands." A cold smile appeared on Su Xiaoya's face. "Do you think you can cover up this news by killing our sect?" Hearing Su Xiaoya's words, the faces of Zhou Zhaotian and the others changed slightly. "What did you do?" The middle-aged man in black's eyes darkened. "I couldn't figure out why you suddenly wanted to kill us. But after thinking about it, it seemed that this was the only reason. So when I escaped from the central province, I made preparations. As long as something happened to me, this news would immediately spread to the Ghost Emperor's Holy Island and be known by the people of your sect. By the way, I also added some details to this information." "Why? Do you want to hear it?" A crazy look appeared in Su Xiaoya's eyes. Looking at the situation today, she no longer had any thoughts of escaping, but it was worth it if she could drag them to death with her. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man in black roared angrily and struck out with his palm. A pitch-black ancient talisman broke through the air and suppressed Su Xiaoya. "Chi!" Su Xiaoya was about to brandish her sword to resist. A cluster of golden flames fell from the sky. The golden flames accurately fell on the pitch-black ancient talisman and immediately burned it to ashes. "Who is it?" This sudden change made the middle-aged man in black's eyes twitch. He immediately became vigilant. The ancient talisman he used was refined by an Emperor Realm Master and contained the power of Dao arts. However, under the golden flames just now, they were easily incinerated. This made the middle-aged man in black shocked. Could it be an Emperor Realm Master? Chapter 473. Zhou Zhaotian and the others also looked vigilant. Su Xiaoya, who had a crazy look in her eyes, was quite surprised. She didn't know who had made a move. Even before the Heavenly Moon Palace was destroyed, they didn't have much interaction with the forces of the East Continent. At this time, who would risk offending the Ghost Emperor Holy Island to help her? Crack! The answer to the middle-aged man in black was a faint sound of thunder. Purple thunderbolts the size of a thumb appeared from all directions, like electric snakes. The purple thunderbolts bombarded the martial emperors of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island at lightning speed. In an instant, 7 people were annihilated by the purple thunderbolts, although the martial emperors reacted quickly and defended themselves. In front of the purple thunderbolts, they were still as weak as ants and were annihilated in an instant. Damn it! The middle-aged man in black looked extremely ugly, and his eyes became more and more dignified. Apart from an Emperor Realm Master, no one else could achieve such a feat. Over there! All of a sudden, a terrified voice sounded. The people of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and Susaya all looked over. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared in the sky. The moment that person appeared, ancient spirit arrays covered the sky and the earth. Before the people of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others could react, they found that a huge spirit array covered the sky and surrounded them. The person who made a move was naturally Chinyu. "Sir, we are the elders of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. Do you know the consequences of attacking us?" The middle-aged man in black forced himself to calm down and used the Ghost Emperor Holy Island as his backer in an attempt to scare Chinyu. Even if this was the East Continent with the reputation of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, they could still suppress people. "Haha, you are about to die, and you still want to use the name of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island to scare people." Chinyu sneered softly. Today, even if Su Xiaoya was not involved in this matter, since they were from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, Chinyu would not let them go. It was time to pay back the 1,000-year blood feud. "Take her down!" When the black-robed, middle-aged man heard this, he immediately understood that Chinyu must have a grudge with their Ghost Emperor Holy Island, so he made a prompt decision to attack. The target of the attack was Su Xiaoya. They didn't know what kind of grudge Chinyu had with the Ghost Emperor's sacred island. But since Chinyu made a move at this time, it must have something to do with Su Xiaoya. Capturing Su Xiaoya should be of some help to their situation. Slash! Su Xiaoya's expression changed when she saw the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others charging at her. However, she did not flee. With a move of her right hand, she directly grabbed the ancient starry sword. The ancient sword was swung repeatedly, and specks of starlight scattered in the void. Streaks of dazzling sword light shot towards the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others. Rumble! Chinyu's move was even faster than Su Xiaoya's. The divine firmament whirled annihilation lightning, which was as vast as the sea, appeared and instantly covered the entire array space. The huge array spun rapidly as vortexes appeared one after another. Waves of chaotic, great Tao power spread out, causing the void to become distorted. The speed of the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island's people was greatly affected. Bang! 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 Under such a destructive attack, the martial artists of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, including the black-clothed middle-aged man who was at the peak of the martial emperor realm, were severely injured. There were even a few martial monarchs who had exploded into pieces, their souls dissipating instantly. Swoosh! Chinyu broke through the void like lightning and flicked his finger. A divine light appeared and imprisoned the black-clothed, middle-aged man's martial emperor soul. As for the other surviving martial emperors, Chinyu did not show mercy and directly killed them. So that's how it is. After the soul search, Chinyu came to know the cause of this matter. Because he had taken the ancient immortal token, the black-clothed, middle-aged man's people wanted Su Xiaoya to send a message to lure him out. But Su Xiaoya did not agree. Therefore, in order to prevent the heaven-suppressing Ghost Emperor from knowing about the ancient immortal token, they destroyed the Heavenly Moon Palace where Su Xiaoya was. Qin, you also knew from the black-clothed, middle-aged man's memory. The black-clothed, middle-aged man's people already knew that he had joined the Heavenly Imperial Palace. But because the Heavenly Imperial Palace was in the spiritual state and was very powerful, they could not do anything to them. So they had to attack the Heavenly Moon Palace, where Su Xiaoya was. After understanding the reason, Qin Yu flicked his finger, and the divine lightning and chaos array dissipated. Who are you? As the array dissipated, Su Xiaoya also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Qin Yu did not have any malicious intentions towards her. However, she did not know Qin Yu's identity, so she was still a little wary. Long time no see. Qin Yu did not restore his true appearance. His appearance was still unremarkable. However, his voice had returned to normal. You. Qin Yu. Su Xiaoya's eyes were fixed, and it took her a while to recover. Qin Yu nodded and was about to speak when he suddenly sensed that someone was approaching. He immediately took Su Xiaoya and flew away. Not long after they left, martial artists gathered from all directions. The battle just now had caused quite a commotion, so it naturally attracted other martial artists. "Are you really Qin Yu?" On a mountain peak, Su Xiaoya carefully sized up Qin Yu. Seeing that Su Xiaoya was still a little wary, Qin Yu directly revealed his true appearance. Only then did Su Xiaoya completely relax, but her expression was still extremely shocked. Back in the 100 Martial Realm, when the myriad Ghost Palace sent out martial ancestors to besiege him, Qin Yu still needed her and the 100 Beast Palace's help. How long had it been? And Qin Yu had reached the point where he could kill martial emperors with a wave of his hand. This speed of growth was simply too shocking. "I'm very sorry about what happened to the Heavenly Moon Palace." After all, the murder of Su Xiaoya and the others was caused by him. Qin Yu had never liked to owe people favors, but he could not make up for this matter. There was no way to save a dead person's soul. Su Xiaoya was indeed a little resentful of Qin Yu. Back then, she had fallen out with the Myriad Ghost Palace because she liked Qin Yu's alchemy skills and because of Gu Tianlong's pestering. But to be honest, she had nothing to do with Qin Yu. Who would have thought that the people of the Ghost Emperor's sacred island would suddenly kill them because of this? "If you really feel sorry, kill them in the future as a sacrifice to my master and the other souls." Su Xiaoya was well aware of her own aptitude. If she wanted to cultivate to the point where she could kill Zhou Zhaotian's people, she did not know how long it would take. But Qin Yu was different. With Qin Yu's current aptitude, it seemed that it was not impossible for him to kill their people in the future. "Don't worry, I will kill the Ghost Emperor's sacred island sooner or later," Qin Yu said lightly. Although his tone was calm, there was unshakable determination in his voice. Su Xiaoya's eyes flashed. She only hoped that Qin Yu could kill Zhou Zhaotian's people. As for destroying the entire Ghost Emperor's sacred island, she did not even dare to think about it. It was a giant force that had existed for thousands of years. Even in the entire Qingyan domain, no force dared to think that they could destroy the Ghost Emperor's sacred island. What kind of grudge did Qin Yu have against the Ghost Emperor's sacred island? After the invasion of the Myriad Ghost Palace, she had left the Myriad Ghost Palace and returned to the Qingyan domain. As for Qin Yu's origin and why he provoked the 10,000 Ghost Palace back then, he had never had the time to investigate. Chapter 474. After all, the Ghost Emperor Holy Island was a giant force that had existed for thousands of years. Even in the entire heaven domain, no force dared to think that they could destroy the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. What kind of grudge was there between Qin Yu and the Ghost Emperor Holy Island? After the invasion of the 10,000 Ghost Temple, she left the 10,000 Ghost Temple and returned to the Heaven Domain. As for Qin Yu's origin and why he provoked the 10,000 Ghost Temple, she had never had time to investigate. "By the way, why are you in the East Continent?" Su Xiaoya asked. Since the 100 Martial Realm incident, she had sent people to find Qin Yu, but there had been no news of Qin Yu. Su Xiaoya thought that Qin Yu had fallen into the hands of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. Later, the Ghost Emperor Holy Island came to her and wanted her to lure Qin Yu out. Only then did she know that Qin Yu must have escaped a disaster, and even made it difficult for the people of that branch to kill him. That was why she came up with the idea of luring Qin Yu out. "I came here to do something." Qin Yu didn't reveal anything about the immortal phoenix dream. The ancient divine phoenix bone was related to the future of the heavenly imperial palace, and the whereabouts of the dragon clan was also important to him. At this time, Qin Yu didn't want to cause more trouble. "Be careful! I heard that the Ghost Emperor Holy Island sent an Emperor Realm Master because of the turmoil in the East Continent." Su Xiaoya didn't ask much and just reminded him. "What are your plans now?" Qin Yu nodded and asked, "Since my hiding place has been exposed, I can only leave the East continent first." Su Xiaoya said, "Has the matter of the Ice Heart, Heavenly Spirit pill been resolved?" Qin Yu asked again. When he joined the 100-Beast Palace, Su Xiaoya asked him if he could refine the Ice Heart, Heavenly Spirit pill. At that time his cultivation was too low, so he couldn't refine the divine pill. But now the situation was different. However, the bloodline aura in Su Xiaoya's body made Qin Yu feel a little strange. She was no longer a half-monster. In other words, the half-monster bloodline in her body was suppressed by some force. "You can refine it now." Hearing about Qin Yu, Su Xiaoya's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked quite excited. "I can indeed refine it, but I need some time to prepare. How about this? You find a place to hide first. Wait for me to refine the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit pill. Then I'll come find you." Although Qin Yu's alchemy skills were sufficient, he did not purchase many spiritual materials in this area. Tomorrow, he would follow the Sky Emperor Palace and the others to the Immortal Phoenix Stream. Therefore, the refinement of the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit pill had to wait until the end of the Immortal Phoenix Stream. This could be considered as making up for the people of the Heavenly Moon Palace who had died. All right. Su Xiaoya naturally had no objections. With the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit pill, her aptitude would undergo a complete transformation. It was worth the risk to stay in the East Continent for a few more days. "This is for you." Qin Yu handed a bronze mask to Su Xiaoya. Qin Yu had crafted 2 of these bronze masks. One was his, and the other was the Dragon Soul's. With this bronze mask, it would be much safer for Su Xiaoya to hide in the future. After communicating for a while, Qin Yu returned to the ancient city, and Su Xiaoya put on the bronze mask and left. "Didn't you say that an Emperor Realm Master from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island came to the East Continent? What's his cultivation?" Seeing Qin Yu searching for spiritual materials to refine the Ice Heart Heavenly Spirit pill in the ancient city, the Dragon Soul asked aloud. Qin Yu had just performed a soul search on the people of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, so he should already know about this matter. 3 top emperors, 12 high-level emperors, and 70 emperors above the 5th grade. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island was far more powerful than the sacrificial evil god dynasty. Killing a few martial emperors was nothing to them. Only by attacking the emperors could they weaken their combat strength. So if there was a chance, Qin Yu would not be lenient. But with the combat strength of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island this time, even with the help of the Sky Emperor Palace and the others, they had no chance of winning. They sent so many emperors to the East Continent. Could it be that the turmoil in the East Continent is related to the extraterritorial demon race? The Dragon Soul asked curiously. If they really sensed it, then they wouldn't have only sent so few people. There should be something else. Qin Yu said, 3 top-notch emperors and 12 high-level emperors sounded like a lot. But in the entire East Continent, it wouldn't even cause a ripple. Qin Yu didn't want to delve into this matter. The most important thing now was to go to the Immortal Phoenix Stream. But speaking of the Immortal Phoenix Stream, Qin Yu was really puzzled. Dragon Soul, you haven't sensed the fluctuations of the Dragon Clan yet? When AOD brought Aoju to the spirit state, the Dragon Soul immediately sensed it. Now they had arrived in the East Continent. If the Dragon Clan really existed in the Immortal Phoenix Stream, the Dragon Soul should have noticed it. No, the Dragon Soul shook his head. Even he was puzzled by this matter. Is there something wrong with the divination? Or is there something strange about the Immortal Phoenix Stream? After thinking for a while, Qin Yu threw this question to the back of his mind. Anyway, he had already arrived in the East Continent. Whether there was a Dragon Clan or not, he would know tomorrow. The next day, the group from Heavenly Imperial Palace set off for the Immortal Phoenix Stream on time. In the western part of the East Continent, there was a boundless wilderness area. Everything there remained the same as it had been in the Great Desolate Era. Many extremely ferocious and dangerous wild beasts also lived there. That was the destination of Heavenly Imperial Palace's trip, the ancient wilderness. In the ancient wilderness, the most famous place was the immortal Phoenix Stream. It was rumored that it was the place where the immortal Phoenix passed away. 7 days later, Qin Yu and the group from Heavenly Imperial Palace arrived in the western part of the East Continent. They could arrive so quickly thanks to the 2 or 3 months before they set off. Sun Juxiao sent an Emperor Realm Master to the East Continent to make a lot of preparations. Although they couldn't directly teleport to the ancient wilderness, the journey was indeed shortened by dozens of times. Otherwise, the East Continent would be larger than the spirit state. Even with the cultivation of an Emperor Realm Master, it would take a few months for them to arrive in the western part. 2 days later, at the edge of the ancient wilderness, at the top of the mountain, Sun Guxing and Sun Juxiao led the group from Heavenly Imperial Palace in the void. The land in front of them was barren as far as the eye could see. Towering ancient trees stood in the forest, and endless mountain ranges stretched out. Before they officially stepped into the ancient wilderness, a strong and unparalleled, desolate aura greeted them. It made them feel as if they had returned to the ancient wilderness where the gods stood. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Sun Guxing and Sun Juxiao were about to enter the ancient wilderness and enter the immortal Phoenix Stream, beast roars resounded through the 9 heavens. Along with the beast roars, a terrifying demonic aura spread out. It even made high-level Emperor Realm Master shudder. At this moment, the dragon soul's expression changed slightly. It seemed to have discovered something. You found the dragon race? Sensing the change in the dragon soul's emotions, Qin Yu immediately used a secret technique to sense it. I was wondering why I couldn't sense it before. It turns out that it's the dragon race who has taken human form. The dragon soul nodded, sounding excited. When the dragon race reached the Emperor Realm, they could take human form. After taking human form, they had many means to conceal their aura. Even with the dragon soul's secret technique, it needed to be within a certain range to sense it. Divine Grey Dragon Race? Qin Yu's eyes lit up. Chapter 475. Qin Yu's current cultivation had reached the 8th grade Martial Emperor Realm. However, the gap between the Martial Emperor Realm and the Emperor Realm was as big as a chasm. If it was a divine grade dragon, Qin Yu would be a little worried if it could directly advance to the Emperor Realm. However, if it was a divine grade dragon, then it would not be surprising at all. This fluctuation should be the bloodthirsty, killing heavenly dragon. The dragon soul sensed for a while and said, "If it's a bloodthirsty, killing heavenly dragon, I'm afraid it won't be easy to subdue." Qin Yu pondered for a moment. The bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon's original divine ability was the bloodthirsty killing hell. It was somewhat similar to the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon, as it was also a boundary divine ability. However, compared to the 9 Serenities Hell Dragon, the bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon was much more brutal and bloodthirsty. There was once a bloodthirsty killing heavenly dragon that was close to the immortal grade. Because of its bloodthirst, it caused a monstrous catastrophe in the 9 states of the heaven domain and slaughtered hundreds of millions of lives. The level of turmoil was far beyond the current situation in the 9 states of the heaven domain. It's not easy for the dragon race to transform. It shouldn't be so stubborn. The dragon soul said, "Of course, if it insisted on not surrendering, then there was no other way but to kill it. Something seems to have happened in the depths. Be careful." Sun Guxing used his divination technique. After seeing the ominous sign, his expression turned serious. Sun Juxiao and the others heard him and moved forward in a special formation. In the middle of the formation was Qin Yu. Rumble. At this moment in the wilderness near the center of the area, a great battle was taking place. A divine turtle that was about 500 feet tall, like a mountain, was emitting a dazzling golden light all over its body. The golden light was like a golden divine sword, wreaking havoc in the sky and shattering the earth as if it could slash everything in the world. This golden divine turtle was an ancient variant, the ancient black golden turtle. The ancient black golden turtle could be considered a descendant of the 5 elements sacred heavenly turtle. However, it did not inherit the 5 elements divine power and only had the power of profound gold. Even so, the ancient black golden turtle was definitely considered a top-notch exotic beast among the many ancient variants. The desolate black gold tortoise's aura was definitely at the level of a high-level emperor master. In front of the desolation black gold tortoise, there was a man in blood-red clothes whose eyes seemed to be condensed from blood. The man's blood-red eyes were cold, and his killing intent was monstrous. The aura he emitted was like an ocean unfathomable. Facing the golden divine light of the desolation Xian golden tortoise, the man kept making hand seals. Streaks of blood-red ancient runes condensed and blocked all the golden divine light that shot over. This cold-looking man in blood-red clothes was the dragon clan that the dragon's soul had sensed. The bloodthirsty, killing, heavenly dragon. While the battle was going on, the cold-looking man in blood-red robes repeatedly looked into the depths of the desolate ancient land. During this period of time, he tried to break free from the primordial black gold tortoise several times, but he was constantly entangled and unable to break free. Black golden tortoise, if you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being ruthless. After hundreds of rounds of battle, a sea of blood vaguely appeared in the blood-red eyes of the bloodthirsty slaughter sky dragon. In the sea of blood, there are countless corpses floating up and down. It was as terrifying as hell. The bloodthirsty slaughter sky dragon's aura also skyrocketed at this moment. The blood-red ancient runes formed by his hands were like Shenron, easily crushing the golden divine light that was attacking him. Xian Hai, back when you stole the immortal treasure and betrayed us, we said that you would enter the desolate ancient land. If you step into the desolate ancient land again, your blood will be spilled here. Do you think we were just casually talking? The primordial black gold tortoise spoke in human language and snorted coldly. As a descendant of the primordial divine beast and a desolate ancient mutant, its intelligence had long been awakened. However, many desolate ancient mutants did not walk the path of transformation. They mainly focused on awakening their bloodline and strengthening their physique. The stronger their bloodline and physique, the more terrifying their strength would be. What they pursued was the final realm of atavism. The Dragon Emperor is a rare genius. It's just a matter of time before he unifies the Dragon Clan. In the future, he will even be able to rule the entire 9 states of the Heaven Domain. The immortal treasure left behind by the immortal Phoenix's soul can only be used by the Dragon Emperor. Why are you so stubborn? As long as you submit to the Dragon Emperor, you can choose the vast sky domain when you become a lord in the future. You don't have to hide in this small, desolate, ancient land anymore. He sensed that the primordial black gold tortoise's power had also increased by a level. The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, known as Xian Hai, frowned slightly. In terms of combat strength, he was not afraid of the primordial black gold tortoise. However, the primordial black gold tortoise's defense was very strong. He found it difficult to suppress it in a short time. More importantly, he sensed that there were many powerful auras that were not weaker than the primordial black gold tortoise in the desolate ancient land. Apparently, many desolate ancient mutants had sensed his battle with the primordial black gold tortoise. This was not a good thing for him. Our ancestors were bestowed by the immortal Phoenix Divine, Lord in the past, to awaken our bloodline and awaken our intelligence. We will follow our ancestors' wishes and protect the immortal Phoenix Divine, Lord's position for generations. You betrayed your ancestors and submitted to the Dragon Clan from the outer region. You even stole the immortal Phoenix's immortal treasure. Now, you want us to follow you and betray you? You must be dreaming. Sacred golden runes appeared on the primordial black gold tortoise's huge shell. The divine aura it exuded became more powerful and terrifying. Even the heavens and the earth kept shaking. "Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Xian Hai's murderous intent intensified. The blood sea appeared in his blood-red eyes. Blood-red dragon scales appeared on his skin, and a vast blood qi surged into the sky like a river. "Howl!" Suddenly, a long howl of a wolf was heard. A giant green wolf that was 100 feet tall came from the distant horizon, bringing with it a demonic qi hurricane. Primordial wind wolf. Xian Hai, who was about to use his killer move, was shocked. If the primordial wind wolf continued to entangle him, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. Thinking of this, the blood-red dragon scales on Xian Hai's body shone brightly. Trying to run, the primordial black gold tortoise's golden eyes focused and saw through Xian Hai's intention. Rays of golden light appeared on the golden tortoise shell and turned into a golden cage that fell from the sky to suppress Xian Hai. Escape! But at this moment, Xian Hai turned into a ray of blood-red light and disappeared. The next time he appeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. After a few flashes, Xian Hai completely disappeared, and his aura could no longer be detected. Almost at the same time, an extremely oppressive hurricane swept over. The primordial wind wolf that was 100 feet tall appeared. Blood void escape? The primordial wind wolf stopped and looked at the disappearing blood sea. It did not chase after him. Xian Hai is probably here for the deity phoenix, divine ruin. We can't let him get close to the deity phoenix stream. The primordial black gold tortoise's golden light gradually dimmed. It's not just Xian Hai. Several of the top human sacred grounds in the East continent seem to have heard the news. Even the forces in the Middle continent have come. I'm afraid it will be difficult to stop all of them. The primordial wind wolf's voice was majestic. Chapter 476. Focus on guarding the temple. Kill anyone who dares to approach. The primordial black golden tortoise's eyes flashed fiercely. What about the heaven-swallowing ghost python and the soul-devouring lion? The ancient wind wolf nodded slightly and asked, "Even if we have some grudges, we should work together now. I will talk to them personally." The primordial black golden tortoise thought for a while and said, after a short discussion, the primordial black golden tortoise and the ancient wind wolf left separately. About half an hour later, a group of people came quietly. If Qin Yu and the dragon soul were here, they would recognize them. They were from the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island. The bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon seemed to have fought here. It seems that the information is true. Although the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon was born in the ancient Desolation Land, it has completely separated from those ancient beasts and is even hostile to them. The heaven domain hasn't seen a transformed dragon for nearly 1,000 years. We must not let the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon go. Otherwise, we will not be able to explain to the Ghost Emperor. Wasn't there a rumor that a transformed dragon appeared in the spiritual state? No one went to check it out? I heard that the Ghost Emperor personally ordered us not to go to the spiritual state. Maybe the spiritual state is too chaotic. But as far as I know, some ghost shadow elders on the ghost list secretly went to the spiritual state. No way! Except for the Ghost Emperor. Even the Supreme Elder and the others can't order the ghost shadow elders on the ghost list. Those Emperor Realm Masters were from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. However, as they conversed, it was as if they were cultivators from different factions, making guesses. If outsiders heard this, they would be extremely surprised. But this situation was extremely common in the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. Although the Ghost Emperor Holy Island was led by the Ghost Emperor Gentian, there were many factions. In order to compete for resources, Infighting and killing each other often happened. It was not surprising that the information was not equal. Don't make wild guesses. If the Ghost Emperor has any orders, the 10 Great Elders will pass them on. Now, we just need to find a way to capture the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. That's true. However, the speed of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's secret skill is frighteningly fast. We haven't been able to catch up with him all the way from the Barren State to the East State. We must think of a way to capture him. Let's follow and take a look first. That bloodthirsty heavenly dragon must have some ulterior motives for returning to this desolate ancient land from the outer realm. After talking for a while, the Ghost Emperor Holy Island's people left and disappeared into the void. After the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others left, the void rippled like water. A figure stepped out from the center of the ripples. That person was actually AOD, who had an agreement to join forces with Chinyu. A mere bastard actually dares to proclaim himself the Dragon Emperor? Just as well I'll slaughter your right-hand man first. AOD's eyes flashed with coldness as he sneered. Earlier, when the Black Sea and the primordial black golden tortoise were fighting, AOD had already hidden in the surroundings. He looked at the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others who were leaving and sneered. Roar! In the central region of the desolate ancient land, the deafening roar of a beast could be heard. A primordial exotic beast that looked like a rhinoceros was shining with a cyan luster as if it was made of bronze was attacking a figure. This primordial exotic beast was an ancient one-horned rhinoceros, famous for its infinite strength and indestructibility. The cultivator that the ancient one-horned rhinoceros was attacking was Sun Jiao Shao from Heavenly Imperial Palace. As expected of a primordial exotic beast, Sun Jiao Zhao's Dao art was chaotic, and his aura was terrifying, like a peerless sword being unsheathed. However, the ancient one-horned rhinoceros was only a high-level Emperor Realm Master. However, he was not defeated by Sun Jiao Shao, who was a top-tier Emperor Realm Master. Sun Jiao Shao had resisted for a long time with his powerful physical body. Attack! Let's end this quickly. Sun Guxing, who had used his divination technique to deduce the location of the immortal Phoenix Stream, immediately gave the order. The desolate ancient land had existed in the Eastern Territory for countless years, and it had never been conquered by the forces of the Eastern Territory. The degree of danger here was imaginable. If they were delayed, they would be besieged by the ancient one-horned beasts. Rumble! The Emperor Realm Masters from Heavenly Imperial Palace, who were originally protecting Sun Guxing, immediately attacked. Immediately, an earth-shattering battle broke out. The void distorted and the earth cracked. Under the siege of all the emperors from Heavenly Imperial Palace, the ancient one-horned rhinoceros was quickly defeated and fled with serious injuries. Sun Jiao Shao and the others did not give chase. They quickly flew into the depths of the desolate ancient land. Awoo! After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Heavenly Imperial Palace and the others heard a majestic howl. Along with the howl, there were many extremely chaotic fluctuations of Taoist techniques. Emperor Realm Masters, and there are quite a few of them. Apart from us, there are other forces in the desolate ancient land. What should we do? Sensing the chaotic Tao art fluctuations, Heavenly Imperial Palace and the others withdrew their auras and looked at Sun Guxing and Sun Jiao Shao, waiting for their orders. Let's go and take a look. After a discussion, Sun Guxing and Sun Jiao Shao decided to go and take a look. Usually no cultivators would go deep into the desolate ancient land. Why did they happen to encounter cultivators when they were on their way to the immortal Phoenix Stream? This made them a little concerned. Not long after, Chinyu and the others arrived outside a deep valley. There was a chaotic battle taking place in the huge valley that spanned tens of thousands of miles. The two sides of the battle were more than 10 ancient exotic beasts and more than 50 human emperors. The battle was extremely fierce, and the entire valley was destroyed. Although there were only a dozen or so of those great, desolate beasts, There seemed to be some sort of special power on those great, desolate beasts. Therefore, even in the face of more than 50 human emperors and the dozen ancient, exotic beasts, they were not at a disadvantage. Among the dozen or so prehistoric beasts, the most powerful one was a fiery red, flaming lion with 3 horns. It was an ancient, exotic beast that was comparable to a top emperor realm master. Its strength was unfathomable. That is, the dragon soul's eyes narrowed when he saw the symbol of a dragon and a tiger on the 50 emperors. The dragon-tiger divine sect. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. The dragon-tiger divine sect was created by the dragon-tiger emperor and was one of the top forces in the eastern continent. The dragon-tiger emperor was one of the 12 ancient emperors that attacked Qin Yu together with Xing Luo. The 12 ancient emperors were the heaven-suppressing ghost emperor, the evil god emperor, the monster Saint King emperor, and the great sun heavenly emperor, the dragon soul emperor, the profound feather god emperor, the 7-star ancient emperor, the scarlet moon emperor, the northern emperor, the chaotic north emperor, the great evolution emperor, and the 4 symbols Tao emperor. These 12 ancient emperors were the top 20 emperors in the emperor realm. Their forces covered almost half of the 9 provinces of the heaven domain. This was also the reason why Qin Yu had always been cautious and did not expose his identity. If the 12 ancient emperors and the stronger Xing Luo knew about his reincarnation, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's the top force in the eastern continent, the dragon-tiger divine sect. Sun Jiuxiao was in charge of the imperial palace's intelligence system, so he naturally recognized the overlord force in the eastern continent. Chapter 477. They actually sent more than 50 emperors to the great, desolate, ancient land. The eyes of Heavenly Emperor Palace and the other Emperor Realm Masters flickered. There were so many sovereigns. Could it be that some treasure had appeared in the great, desolate, ancient land by coincidence? Avoid them. Sun Guxing made a prompt decision and led the Sky Emperor Palace and the others away. Their goal was to go to the immortal phoenix stream to find the primordial divine phoenix bone. There was no need to get involved with the forces of the East Continent. Half a day passed. After evading more than a dozen ferocious beasts, the Heavenly Imperial Palaces group finally arrived at the immortal phoenix stream. In the depths of the great desolation ancient land, there was an endless mountain range. The immortal phoenix stream was located at the center of the mountain range. Just as they arrived outside the immortal phoenix stream, Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Guxing's expressions changed slightly. It seems like the aura of the 7-colored celestial Qilin. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Could there be immortal beasts in this immortal phoenix stream? Sun Jiuxiao and Sun Guxing looked at each other, clearly having the same thoughts as Qin Yu. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Sun Guxing was about to lead his men into the immortal phoenix crevice, a series of sonic booms could be heard. Powerful and terrifying Tao fluctuations surged, shaking the wind and clouds. There was also a violent and bloodthirsty aura of the dragon clan within the Tao art energy. Bloodthirsty heavenly dragon is here. The dragon soul's eyes lit up, and it immediately reminded him. At such a close distance, Qin Yu naturally sensed it in an instant. He tilted his head and looked at the void to his left. A group of people appeared in the sky. To be more precise, it was a streak of blood-red light flying in front, followed by dozens of ghastly figures. Bloodthirsty Sky Dragon and Ghost Emperor Sacred Island? Qin Yu's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized him. The Ghost Emperor, Holy Island's people were chasing after bloodthirsty Sky Dragon. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others came to the East Continent for the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon? The dragon soul's expression changed. Logically speaking, the cultivation Tao of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island shouldn't have anything to do with the Dragon Clan. If that's the case, then we'll have to fight. Qin Yu's gaze was cold. Originally, he didn't want to meet the high-level sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island now. However, if the ghost emperor's sacred island was really here for the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, then they had to act. No matter what, the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon must not fall into the hands of others. Those people are from the ghost emperor's sacred island of the central continent. Are they chasing after the dragon clan? As Sun Gushing spoke, he could not help but look at Qin Yu. Qin Yu's motive for coming to the immortal phoenix stream was for the dragon clan. Could it be that the dragon he had divined was the one who had taken human form? If that was the case, they would have to go against the ghost emperor's sacred island. Many thoughts surfaced in Sun Gushing's head. With Sky Emperor Palace's current strength and the current turbulent situation in the spiritual state, Sky Emperor Palace could not afford to offend them. Facing the Ghost Emperor's sacred island, which was one of the top forces in the central continent, was not a joke. There's someone else? A peak emperor? After Bloodthirsty Sky Dragon, Ghost Emperor Holy Island, and the others, another figure silently flew over at an extremely fast speed. That person's speed was faster than the Ghost Emperor's sacred island and the others. If one did not see that person with the naked eye, one would not be able to see that person. In other words, that person had completely concealed his aura fluctuation. Starting from martial ancestor or martial venerable, a martial artist's perception would gradually replace his vision. Especially in a battle, whoever had a more sensitive perception would be able to predict in advance and have a higher chance of winning. That person was able to completely conceal his aura, so one could imagine his attainments in the art of concealment. AOD. However, Qin Yu and the Dragon Soul were stunned when they saw that person. They did not expect AOD, who had disappeared for a long time, to appear here again. Is AOD also here for the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon? The Dragon Soul said. Back then, AOD had wanted to subdue the purple thunder divine firmament dragon and rebuild its ancestral eternal dragon. Now that he had his eyes on the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, he probably wanted to subdue it as well. When two tigers fight, one of them will be injured. When that time comes, our chance will come. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. In this case, the heavenly imperial palace and the others were unreliable. Qin Yu could only rely on his own strength to take the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. If it was only the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, then the possibility of Qin Yu succeeding was not high. But if AOD was involved, then it would be a different story. AOD's strength was undoubtedly at the peak of the Emperor realm. Last time in the Evil Wind City, if Qin Yu had not trapped the 8 desolate wind flame dragons, dragon source blood, AOD would not have been able to escape. AOD was worried about the safety of the 8 desolate wind flame dragon. The few high-level Emperor Realm Masters from the Heavenly Imperial Palace would not be able to escape unscathed. AOD and the Ghost Emperor Holy Island were in a chaotic battle, with the Skeleton Ghost King's cultivation and means, as long as he seized the opportunity. It seemed that it was not impossible to get the bloodthirsty Heavenly Dragon source blood. 2 Dragon Clan members in human form. Seeing AOD rushing into the immortal phoenix stream, Sun Gushing's eyes became more solemn. AOD gave him a feeling that he was even more powerful than the peak Emperor Realm Masters from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. AOD's strength was definitely among the peak Emperor Realm Masters. Whoosh! 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 The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, the Emperor Realm Masters from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, and AOD rushed into the immortal phoenix stream one after another. The immortal beast fluctuations emitted from the immortal phoenix stream became more and more intense. Then a thick fog was emitted and instantly shrouded the entire immortal phoenix stream. Moreover, it spread in all directions. Not long after, the mountain range was completely covered by the thick fog. Chirp! While Sun Gushing and the people from the Heavenly Imperial Palace were still in shock and bewilderment, a crisp and pleasant phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. Faintly, one could see that within the immortal phoenix stream that was covered by the dense fog, there was a huge black shadow that was about to fly. Roar! Roar! The moment the phoenix cry appeared, the entire great desolation ancient land shook. Countless great desolation mutants roared. For a moment, the great desolation ancient land changed color, and the sky trembled. The soul of the immortal phoenix. Somewhere in the great desolation ancient land, in a huge lake, the golden eyes of a giant golden tortoise changed greatly when it heard the phoenix cry. It immediately turned into a golden light and rushed into the sky, quickly flying in the direction of the immortal phoenix stream. Damn it! Someone broke into the heavenly imperial palace. At this moment, many powerful and terrifying great desolation mutant beasts in the great desolation ancient land rushed toward the immortal phoenix stream. Oh no! A large number of great desolation mutants are coming. Quickly go in. Sun Guxing and Sun Jiuxiao immediately sensed the great desolation ancient land's mutant beasts' movements. Their expressions changed, and they immediately led Qinyu and the others into the immortal phoenix stream and disappeared into the thick fog, although they did not know what had happened. Since they were already at the immortal phoenix stream, they naturally could not retreat. Moreover, if they retreated now, they would definitely run into the great desolation mutants. Whoosh! In the immortal phoenix stream, Qinyu and the others rushed into the thick fog and felt an extremely terrifying hurricane sweeping toward them from all directions. Bang! 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 Sun Guxing, Sun Jiuxia, and the others became serious and immediately attacked with all their might. However, the hurricane was extremely terrifying. It was like a great desolation divine beast had crashed into them. In an instant, the group of people from the Sky Emperor Palace were scattered in all directions. Chapter 478. Oh no! Sun Guxing's expression changed when the hurricane hit, and he instinctively grabbed toward Qinyu. However, it was too late. In an instant, Qinyu, Sun Jiuxiao, and the rest of the Sky Imperial Palace's people had been completely scattered. What kind of power was that? Sun Guxing's eyes flashed with surprise, and he immediately performed a divination technique to divine the whereabouts of Sun Jiuxiao and Qinyu. Soon, Sun Guxing held the divination's spiritual compass in his hand and flew toward a certain direction. At this time, the entire deity Phoenix Stream was in a mess. Not only the Sky Imperial Palace's people, but also the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Islands people who had chased bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon into the deity Phoenix Stream. Even the ancient beasts that were originally in the immortal Phoenix Stream were injured by the hurricane that had appeared. Whoosh! In a certain thick fog, Qinyu, who had been swept away by the terrible hurricane, finally stabilized his body. Qinyu looked around. The fog here was not as thick as when he had entered, and he guessed that he was already quite far away from the entrance. That hurricane just now was a little strange. The dragon soul in the ancient dragon seal said. After being scattered, Qinyu, who had used the ancient divine power and the azure dragon battle the heavens, still could not withstand it. The power contained in that hurricane was definitely comparable to that of a top emperor. However, that hurricane did not contain the power of Tao or the power of ancient exotic beasts. Instead, it seems to be pure soul power. Qinyu slowly descended from the void. His gaze was fixed on the looming figure of a huge phoenix in the thick fog in the distance. Could it be that the legendary deity Phoenix of the ancient era has not dissipated? The dragon soul also saw the looming figure of the phoenix and guessed. A creature of the ancient era, even if it is just a soul, should not be able to live until now. Qinyu shook his head slightly. The ancient era, and the primordial era were 3 eras. Even immortal beasts could not live that long. Wait, however, before he finished speaking, Qinyu seemed to have thought of something, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. This doesn't seem impossible. Qinyu thought of the blood demon from the blood demon continent. Strictly speaking, the great, desolate ancient era could be considered an era. Since the blood demon had been able to live from the ancient times until now, he had no choice but to accept the blood demon. The immortal phoenix was rumored to be an immortal beast, so it was naturally possible that it was the soul of an immortal beast left behind by the immortal phoenix. The blood demon's cultivation had always been a mystery. However, no matter how strong it was, it should only be at the level of an immortal beast. Forget it. Finding bloodthirsty heavenly dragon is the most important thing. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yu temporarily suppressed this idea. To Qin Yu, even the soul of a real immortal beast was far inferior to the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, because killing the heavenly dragon was directly related to whether Qin Yu could officially break through to the Emperor realm. Only by breaking through to the Emperor realm could Qin Yu be considered one of the top masters in the heaven domain. Having combat power comparable to an Emperor realm master and truly breaking through to the Emperor realm were two completely different things. Whoosh! Just at this moment, another wave of berserk hurricanes attacked from all directions from the immortal phoenix stream. Qin Yu let out a low roar, with the soul-devouring curse in his left hand and the heaven-devouring dragon seal in his right hand, the sealing divine light flashing behind him. Boom! With the three of them working together, Qin Yu was still sent flying a few hundred feet away. Fortunately, he was prepared this time, and Qin Yu controlled his body as he was sent flying. What happened in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream? When the hurricanes completely dissipated, Qin Yu dispersed the sealing divine light around him. The shadow of the huge phoenix seemed to have become much more solid, and its power was even more powerful. That kind of feeling was like a peerless, ferocious beast was gradually awakening. I sensed it. It's in the northwest direction. At this time, the dragon soul that used the secret technique had already locked onto the location of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. Earth burrowing technique. A bronze mask appeared in Qin Yu's hand, and after putting it on, his figure flashed and burrowed into the ground, disappearing. Rumble. After sneaking a few hundred miles underground, Qin Yu heard a loud noise that shook the sky. Immediately, an extremely violent and destructive principle technique mixed with the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon aura swept out. This fluctuation, sensing the aura of the ghost emperor Holy Island and the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he quietly burrowed out of the ground. He saw an astonishing battle taking place in the thick fog. The vast principle technique raged across the world, and an overwhelming amount of blood chi filled the world. They collided with each other in the void, turning the area into an area of destruction. The two sides of the battle were 5 Emperor Realm Masters, and they were fighting against a blood-red figure. The figure, surrounded by a dense blood-red light and covered with blood-red dragon scales, was Xianhai. However, the 5 Emperor Realm Masters were not from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. They were all wearing pure white robes, and there was an extremely special white true qi circulating around them. It's really the Heavenly Yuan Divine Dynasty. Qin Yu's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous intent. The Tian Yuan Divine Dynasty was also one of the top forces in the East Continent. The one who created Tian Yuan Shin Dynasty was one of the 12 ancient emperors, Emperor God Tian Yuan. Qin Yu did not expect that the people of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island would appear first, then the Longhu Divine Sect, and now, even the Tian Yuan Divine Dynasty would appear. Out of the 12 ancient emperors in his previous life, he had encountered 3 of them at once. It would be too much to call this a coincidence. It looked like there really was a possibility that some kind of treasure had appeared in this immortal phoenix stream. Soaring Heaven Divine Palm, the leader of the 5 sovereigns from the Tian Yuan Divine Dynasty, was a skinny old man. His cultivation was close to that of a top-level sovereign venerable. As he thrust out his palm, the vast power of the way condensed into a giant palm that covered the sky, as if it was going to crush the sky. Dark Bloodfinger, Xian Hai shouted angrily. The blood-red dragon scale on his hand glowed. Wisps of blood, qi, condensed on his fingertip. He pointed his finger, and a blood-red light tore through the air. The giant palm that blotted out the sky was pierced through and exploded with a loud bang. It transformed into a berserk Tao power that wreaked havoc. Blood Dragon Kill. The sea of blood in Xian Hai's blood-red eyes roiled as his murderous intent filled the sky. His figure flashed as he pounced on the two high-level sovereigns who were rushing toward him from the left. He formed a seal with his hands, and the blood-red dragon Qi transformed into a ferocious, blood-red dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced on the two high-level sovereigns. Ever since he came to the Heaven Domain, he had been continuously hunted down. If it weren't for the Immortal Phoenix Stream's mission, Xian Hai would have taken revenge long ago. He wouldn't have been hiding all this time. Now that he had come to the Immortal Phoenix Stream, Xian Hai could no longer suppress the bloodthirsty, murderous intent in his heart. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, a deafening explosion sounded. The two sovereigns who had used their terrifying way arts trembled. They were both sent flying several hundred meters away by the blood-red dragon. Their auras fluctuated chaotically, as if they had suffered a severe backlash. Chaotic Heaven Hand, heart-urging demon curse. The other two high-level sovereigns immediately took the opportunity to attack. They used their divine abilities and secret techniques. Huge cracks appeared on the ferocious, blood-red dragon, and a thick, blood-like blood qi leaked out. Blood explosion technique. A sneer appeared at the corner of Xian Hai's mouth. With a thought, the blood-red dragon pounced on the two sovereigns. Immediately after, a deafening explosion sounded. The blood-red dragon directly exploded. The two sovereigns were immediately enveloped by a boundless blood qi. Chapter 479. Puff! Puff! The blood mist split open and two figures flew out. They were the two high-level emperors. From the looks of it, they were also injured. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 5 emperors of the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty were injured by Xian Hai. Although the 4 were only slightly injured, it was enough to show Xian Hai's strength. Qin Yu, who was watching the battle in the dark, suddenly changed his expression. Someone from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island is here too. The dragon soul also sensed it immediately. This is going to be interesting. A smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. The more chaotic the battle was, the more beneficial it would be for him. Thinking of this, Qin Yu quietly went underground. Array runes spread out and merged into the ground. It was not easy to snatch food from the mouths of 2 top forces. He had to be prepared. Fortunately, the strange thick fog in the Immortal Phoenix Stream helped Qin Yu a lot. Otherwise, the success rate of setting up array runes under the eyes of so many emperors was not high. Boom! The violent battle continued. The destructive power of the Tao and the divine abilities and secret techniques of the Dragon Clan raged. Even if the 5 emperors of the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty joined forces, they could not suppress Xian Hai and gradually fell into a disadvantage. Xian Hai was now close to transforming into a dragon. Blood-red dragon scales covered his body, and dragon horns protruded from his head. An extremely bloodthirsty and brutal dragon pressure spread out, raging in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Not only the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect, Dark Island, High Heaven Sect, even the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty has appeared. Something important must have happened in the depths of the Immortal Phoenix Stream. Otherwise, it would be impossible to attract so many top forces from the East Continent. That huge phoenix silhouette, could it really be the legendary Immortal Phoenix? Even if it is not the real Immortal Phoenix, it must be related to the Immortal Phoenix. Let's ignore that phoenix shadow first. Gather the others and capture the bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon. Outside the violent and destructive battle, 2 figures were hiding in the thick fog. They were from the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island. One was a high-level emperor, and the other was a top emperor. While watching the battle, The two people from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island would occasionally look at the gigantic phoenix shadow deep in the celestial phoenix stream. The immortal phoenix stream was most famous for the legendary immortal phoenix that had passed away here during the Desolate Age. Now, when they saw the image of a phoenix spreading its wings, they would naturally think of the legendary immortal phoenix. Pucci. At this time, the outcome of the battle was gradually becoming apparent. A high-level Emperor Realm Master from the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty had his arm cut off by Xian Hai's secret technique and was sent flying while coughing up blood. The 5 people from the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, who were already at a disadvantage, immediately fell into an absolute crisis. Hold him back. The skinny elder from the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty looked solemn, but he did not give up. However, their originally violent attacks were focused on defense. Although he had been blown away, he had used a secret technique to inform the others in the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty. As long as they could stall the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon here, they would definitely be able to capture it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sure enough, after fighting for about half an hour, silhouettes rushed out from the thick fog from all directions. There were more than 20 of them. They were all Emperor Realm Masters, and their cultivations were above the 5th or 6th level. The 2 leaders were even top Emperor Realm Masters. They are finally here. Seeing this, the skinny elder's face was filled with ecstasy. In the past half an hour, 3 of the 5 of them had been severely injured, and one of them had almost died. If it were not for his secret technique, the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon would have escaped long ago. Set up the array. After the 20 Emperor Realm Masters from the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty arrived, they immediately took out the array flags. As their Tao techniques surged, they formed a pure, white, ancient divine array. It trapped Xian Hai, who was covered in blood-red dragon scales and was surrounded by a vast blood chi. Roar! With a violent dragon roar, Xian Hai, who was in danger, completely revealed his true form. A blood-red dragon that was thousands of feet long traversed the heavens and the earth. The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's blood-red dragon scales had blood-red thorns, looking extremely ferocious. Rumble! Along with the roar and dragon roar, the Tao techniques collided with the divine abilities of the Dragon Clan, and a destructive battle broke out. With such destructive fluctuations, even an ordinary Emperor Realm Master would die without a doubt if they were to barge in. Although he was besieged, Xian Hai, who had revealed the true form of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, had his strength amplified to that of a peak Emperor Realm Master. Not only did he not lose, but he also launched violent attacks from time to time while defending. The divine array shook violently, and it seemed to be on the verge of collapse. The Emperor Realm Masters of the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty were also occasionally injured by the secret technique attacks and were eliminated. It seems that the battle won't end in a short time. Indeed, the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty is preparing a killer move, and the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon has yet to display its source divine ability. It seems that we have to wait a little longer before we can sell it. However, I didn't expect the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty to be so obsessed with transforming into the Dragon Clan. This is indeed a little strange, but it's a good thing for us to have them as the vanguard. On the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, more than 30 Emperor Realm Masters, who had been scattered, had gathered. They did not intervene, but continued to lurk in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Speaking of which, why does the Ghost Emperor want to transform into the Dragon Clan? Do you have any news? It seems that even the 10 Great Elders and the Supreme Elders don't know the details. The Ghost Emperor personally gave the order to capture a transformed Dragon Clan. There must be a major reason for this. That's right, other than the ancient immortal token. This is the second time the Ghost Emperor personally gave the order after he went into seclusion to heal his injuries 1,000 years ago. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others were still talking to each other while watching the battle. It was precisely because the Ghost Emperor attached so much importance to the transformed Dragon Clan that they kept their eyes on the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. even though they knew that something important must have happened in the depths of the immortal Phoenix dream, and there might even be a huge opportunity. Their main task was still to capture the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. When the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others were hiding in the dark, they did not notice. A figure quietly appeared in the thick fog around them. Although he was only a few hundred feet away from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others, none of the Emperor Realm Masters of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island noticed him. That person was AOD, who had been following them all the way. AOD watched the battle between the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty and the Black Sea coldly. He did not get involved in the battle. His idea was the same as the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. They both wanted to reap the benefits of the battle. Kacha! The destructive battle lasted for a quarter of an hour before a clear cracking sound could be heard. The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon opened its mouth and a huge blood-red light beam pierced through the void. A huge hole appeared in the ancient divine array set up by the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty. The 4 Emperor Realm Masters in charge of the array could not dodge in time and died under the blood-red light beam. Since we can't capture him alive, let's kill him. The skinny old man of the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty and the 2 top Emperor Realm Masters' faces became extremely ugly when they saw this. Although they were a top force, the loss of 4 6th-grade Emperor Realm Masters was quite a heavy blow. Therefore, the people of the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty immediately prepared a strategy. The originally steady attack turned into a strong suppression. Chapter 480. Heaven Origin Divine Seal. Immediately, the ancient divine array that had been pierced was restored in an instant. The Tao techniques of more than 20 Emperor Realm Masters of the Heaven Origin Divine Dynasty poured into the ancient divine array. At the center of the ancient divine array, a pure, white ancient seal the size of a palm was condensed. The Tao technique that emitted was as vast as the sea and unfathomable as a peerless God Emperor. The void within a radius of 10,000 miles was suppressed by the terrifying Tao technique. It seems that the winner is about to be decided. Everyone cheer up! Seeing this, the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others immediately focused. The battle between the Sandpiper and the Clam was coming to an end. It was time for them, the fishermen, to show up. In the thick fog, AOD, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, he glanced in the direction of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others and sneered. Since the Ghost Emperor Holy Island wanted to be the fisherman, he would be the Oriole. However, AOD's gaze was cold. When he glanced at the surrounding void that was filled with thick fog, a strange look flashed across his eyes. He had a feeling that there was someone hiding in the dark. However, he had been sensing for a long time, but he didn't find anything. AOD wasn't sure if it was an illusion or if there was really someone hiding in the dark. Bloodthirsty Slaughter Prison. Sensing the white ancient seal, condensed by the Heaven Origin Divine Dynasty and the others to suppress it, AOD was shocked. In the Black Sea's blood-red dragon eyes, there were countless mysterious blood-red dragon tattoos revolving around them. In the next moment, the blood fog swept out like a flash flood or a tsunami. The entire divine array was immediately covered by the blood fog. What's going on? The blood is out of control. Oh no! When AOD cast his divine ability, Bloodthirsty Slaughter Prison, the several Emperor Realm Masters who had been seriously injured were invaded by the blood mist before they could even react. In just a moment, the few Emperor Realm Masters exploded. Their exploding blood was crazily devoured by the blood and blood mist, and their souls were directly scattered. After AOD devoured the blood of the few Emperor Realm Masters, his aura skyrocketed. Be careful! This is the Bloodthirsty Slaughter, Heavenly Dragon's divine ability. Don't touch the blood fog. The faces of the 2 top sovereigns of the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty also changed greatly because of the chaotic blood in their bodies. Although they had heard of the Bloodthirsty Heavenly Dragon's innate ability before, this was the first time they had seen it. Who would have thought that the power of the bloodthirsty hell would be so terrifying? Several 6th grade and 7th grade Emperor Realm Masters were instantly detonated. Even they found it hard to control the blood in their bodies. If it had been a one-on-one battle, they would have definitely been hit. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the heavens, and a bloody mist rolled. The Black Sea, which was thousands of feet long, was like a blood-red torrent that flashed through the void filled with rolling blood mist. Rumble! A bloodthirsty killing intent burst out from the 9 heavens, and the 3 venerable sovereigns of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty were sent flying by the blood-red dragon tail. Pucci! However, the Black Sea was also pierced through by the white ancient seal. The dragon's scales shattered, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. However, as the blood mist surged in the void around them, Yi Zichen's eyes widened. Blood filled the wounds on Xianhai's body. His flesh and blood regenerated, and his injuries immediately healed. The blood mist of the bloodthirsty purgatory had astonishing healing powers for the Black Sea. Sacrificial God Seal. The 2 top venerable sovereigns of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty looked at each other, and each summoned a mysterious divine seal. The 2 ancient seals flew out of their hands and merged into the divine array. Swish, 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 swish. White light seals condensed and fell from the sky like a meteor shower, shattering the void. The blood mist surging in the void was constantly annihilated by the white light seals. The wounds on the Black Sea, which was thousands of feet long, continued to increase, and his flesh continued to explode. His huge body made him an excellent target at this time. Even with the recovery speed of the bloodthirsty purgatory's blood mist, it could not keep up. Under the storm-like attacks, Xianhai's injuries became more and more serious. Even though Xianhai launched a crazy and brutal attack, seriously injuring and killing several venerable sovereigns of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty. However, the situation did not change. The 2 top venerable sovereigns were the real key. The divine seals they took out just now were not real divine weapons, but their power was far beyond that of Emperor artifacts. As the battle dragged on, Xianhai's situation became worse. Bang! Finally, Xianhai's head was bombarded by the divine seals. The dragon horns on his head exploded, and the thorny dragon scales shattered. Xianhai was seriously injured, and the dragon scales on his body dimmed significantly. Even his berserk and bloodthirsty aura had become weak. This is our chance. The eyes of the 2 top venerable sovereigns of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty suddenly lit up, and they quickly formed seals. From the ancient divine array, a beam of white divine light fell onto Xianhai's dragon head. Xianhai, who had been struggling, stiffened as his dragon's soul was suppressed. Do it! The moment the dragon's soul was suppressed, the 2 top venerable sovereigns immediately ordered the skinny old man. The skinny old man, whose aura was chaotic, had long been ready. His figure flashed, and he appeared above Xianhai's dragon head. With a move of his right hand, the white light condensed into a seal, and he was about to completely detain Xianhai's dragon soul. Swish! But at this moment, a black blade filled with ghost qi broke through the air. The skinny old man, whose face was filled with ecstasy, was caught off guard and was sent flying while vomiting blood. Who is it? The people of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty, who originally thought that victory was in their hands, were shocked. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this sudden turn of events. They didn't expect that someone would make a move at this critical moment. Swish! Swish! As the black blade appeared, one figure after another appeared in the air and rushed toward the Black Sea that was being suppressed. This fluctuation. It's the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island. Damn it. The eyes of the 2 top venerable sovereigns of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty suddenly turned gloomy and cold. They had paid a huge price to suppress Xianhai, who had turned into a murderous, heavenly dragon. But the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island, wanted to take advantage of them. How could there be such a good thing? Swish! Swish, swish, swish. The white divine light that was originally suppressing Xian Hai's dragon soul disappeared. It was replaced by the white light seal that had previously injured Xian Hai. It exploded like a meteor shower again. The terrifying aura seemed to want to kill all the people of the Ghost Emperor, Holy Island. The other venerable sovereigns of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty also rushed out crazily with murderous intent. Even though the Ghost Emperor Holy Island was a top force in the central continent, they couldn't tolerate such a sneak attack. Those white light seals were enough to kill high-level venerable sovereigns and severely injure top venerable sovereigns. When they came into contact with the people of the Tianyuan Shen dynasty, not only did they not cause any injuries, but they also continued to increase their strength. Form the array. 3 ghosts devour the heavens. The people of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island weren't surprised by the reaction of the people of the Tianyuan Shin dynasty. After they appeared, they immediately formed the array, and a ghastly ghost chi filled the air. In an instant, a dark and evil ancient array was formed in the ancient divine array. In the ancient array, there were 3 huge, ferocious, evil ghost divine seals. They were arranged in the position of the 3 yuan and exuded a monstrous aura. Chapter 481. Bang! Bang! The storm-like white light seals completely disappeared after they crashed into the pitch-black ancient formation. The 3 ferocious evil ghost divine seals in the ancient array opened their huge mouths as if they were alive. Mysterious ghost chi vortexes appeared in the mouths of the 3 evil ghost divine seals. The white light seals that continuously bombarded him were completely devoured by the 3 ghost seals, leaving not even a single trace behind. As for the Emperor Realm Masters from the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty, they rushed forward. Before they could get close to the black ancient array, they were intercepted by the Ghost Emperor Holy Island. The Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty had just suffered a great battle. Although he was not completely exhausted, his combat strength had already been greatly reduced. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others had been conserving their strength. At this moment, the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty's people were immediately suppressed. There was no way to break through the Ghost Emperor Holy Island's defense. The 2 top emperors from the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty were extremely upset when they saw the scene. Such a targeted defense. Apparently, the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others had watched the battle between Bloodthirsty and the Heavenly Dragon from beginning to end. However, although they were angry, they did not stop attacking. However, the white light seals that originally filled the sky had undergone a change. They turned into beams of light that penetrated the black ancient array and accurately hit the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and the others. Puff! Puff! This sudden change caught the Ghost Emperor Holy Island a little off guard. 3 high-level emperors and 8 5th-grade emperors were hit, and their bodies and emperor souls were sealed. The emperors from the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty seized the opportunity to kill them on the spot with violent Dao power. This greatly boosted the morale of the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty's people, and their attacks were extremely fierce. The top emperors from the Ghost Emperor Holy Island were about to join forces to suppress Xian Hai, who had regained his freedom. At this moment, when they saw the 3 high-level emperors die, their eyes immediately became a little gloomy. They only had 12 high-level emperors with them on this trip. Now that 3 high-level emperors had died, it was a huge blow to their strength. If they continued to die like this, it would be difficult for them to leave the ancient desolation land successfully even if they captured Xian Hai. Therefore, when they saw more and more white light penetrating the ancient array, they no longer cared about the Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty. They couldn't care less about attacking the Black Sea. With a wave of their right hands, black array flags appeared one after another. The black flag flew into the sky and blended into the pitch-black ancient town. It caused the pitch-black ancient town to be covered by a layer of mysterious light. That mysterious light shield seemed to have the power to counter divine light. The white divine light was completely absorbed after coming into contact with it. When the Heavenly Yuan Divine Dynasty's sovereigns saw this, they immediately used their trump cards to attack the Ghost Emperor's sacred island. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island countered with tit-for-tat attacks. While dealing with the Tian Yuan Shen Dynasty's attack, the Ghost Emperor's sacred island's preparations to capture bloodthirsty Sky Dragon were completed. Among them, there were 2 top-notch sovereigns who had joined forces with 10 sovereigns above Grade 5. They formed a sovereign grand array, trapping the Black Sea in the middle. During the confrontation between the 2 sects, the Black Sea had swallowed the blood of the 4 high-level sovereigns. More than half of the numerous bloody holes on the enormous dragon body had already healed. His originally weak aura had clearly become much stronger. Although he was trapped in the siege of the Ghost Emperor's sacred island sovereigns. However, the Black Sea's bloodthirsty eyes were extremely cold and did not waver at all. Hand seal. The 2 top-notch sovereigns from the Ghost Emperor's sacred island quickly formed hand seals and attacked without any hesitation. Immediately, a cloud of ghost chi that could make one's soul tremble appeared. The 10 sovereigns above Grade 5 attacked, one after another. Streams of ghost chi and Dao arts were constantly injected into the cloud of ghost chi. One could clearly see that there were mysterious, ghostly runes floating within the cloud of ghostly chi. Go! The top-notch sovereigns from the Ghost Emperor's sacred island shouted in a low voice. The cloud of black ghost chi turned into hundreds of millions of wisps of mist and swept toward the Black Sea. In an instant, the Black Sea's 1,000-foot-long dragon body was completely covered by the black mist. The black mist frantically drilled into the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon's body. No matter how hard the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon struggled, it could not resist. As more and more black mist drilled into the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon's huge dragon eyes, the light dimmed. The bloodthirsty Sky Dragon's frenzied glow quickly dimmed, and it seemed to have become a little demented. The Ghost Emperor's sacred island's secret technique, the ghost controlling technique? Underground, Qin Yu had restrained his aura fluctuations, like a wood or stone. He was attentively sensing the intense battle in the sky. He was familiar with the secret technique used by the 2 top-notch sovereigns from the Ghost Emperor's sacred island. Rumor had it that it was a secret technique obtained from the ghost race that could enslave 10,000 ghosts. This secret technique fell into the hands of the Ghost Emperor Jintian and was modified into a secret technique that could directly control souls. Although the name of the secret technique did not change, its use was completely different. AOD should be unable to hold back and will attack soon. The Dragon Soul's voice came from the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal. Judging from the current battle, the Ghost Emperor's sacred island had the absolute upper hand. Not only did they resist the sovereigns from the Heavenly Yuan Divine Dynasty, but they also suppressed the bloodthirsty Sky Dragon. If AOD did not attack soon, the Ghost Emperor's sacred island would succeed. Did he notice me? Qin Yu's eyes flashed slightly. As the descendant of the Dragon Emperor, AOD was not an ordinary top-notch sovereign. Although he had suffered 2 losses in his hands, his strength was unquestionable. If AOD had noticed his existence, it was possible that he had been holding back and not attacking. Whoosh! Just as Qin Yu had this thought, a sharp piercing sound broke through the air. Almost at the same time, the dark ancient array set up by the Ghost Emperor's sacred island and the others was shattered. The barrier around them was instantly shattered and pierced through. A figure appeared in front of Xian Hai as fast as a ghost. It was AOD. Heaven and earth freeze! After AOD appeared, he did not change at all and cast his source divine ability. Dark blue ice spread out from the heaven and earth freeze. In the blink of an eye, half of the sky was frozen. Whether it was the dark ancient array of the Ghost Emperor's sacred island or the ancient divine array of the Heavenly Yuan Divine Dynasty, they were all frozen in an instant. Even the sovereigns from the 2 sects were affected greatly. Dozens of sovereigns were frozen on the spot. A top-notch sovereign in the dragon transformation realm. The sudden appearance of the heaven and earth freeze shocked the sovereigns from the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island and the Heavenly Yuan Divine Dynasty. Even the top-notch sovereigns from both sides were extremely shocked and immediately resisted with all their strength. AOD's strength was much stronger than Xianhai's. AOD ignored the people from the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island and the Heavenly Yuan Divine Dynasty. After casting the heaven and earth freeze, he immediately prepared to attack Xianhai. Ice freeze palm. AOD did not want to subdue Xianhai, so he attacked with a killing move. A dark blue ice condensed into a palm with terrifying fluctuations. It was going to kill Xianhai. They are not together. Stop him. The top-notch sovereigns from the Heavenly Yuan Divine Dynasty and the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island were shocked when they saw this. They cast all their divine abilities and secret techniques to stop AOD. They did not expect that AOD, who was also from the Dragon Transformation Realm, would suddenly attack Xianhai. Chapter 482. Golden Emperor's Spirit Kill Technique. 5 Divine Sword Slash. The two top sovereigns of the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty immediately used their secret techniques to break the ice and stop AOD from attacking. Great Ingo's Curse. Demon Slaying Blade. Soul Tearing Hand. The 3 top sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island were even more anxious. They reacted faster and attacked more fiercely. The news of Bloodthirsty killing the Sky Dragon had already spread to the Middle Ground Saint Island. Even the Ghost Emperor might have heard about it. If they successfully brought Bloodthirsty Sky Dragon back to the Saint Island, they would definitely be rewarded handsomely. However, if they failed, they would have to bear the Ghost Emperor's anger. There must be a reason why the Ghost Emperor cared so much about the shape-shifted dragon clan. Therefore, no matter what, they could not let AOD kill Bloodthirsty Sky Dragon. Although AOD was also a shape-shifted dragon clan member. However, with AOD's strength, they were not confident that they could capture him. In comparison, Bloodthirsty Sky Dragon was the best target. Therefore, they immediately attacked AOD. Their goal was to force AOD to retreat. If AOD did not dodge, even if he could kill Xianhai, he would definitely be severely injured. Get lost. AOD's icy blue eyes were still cold in the face of the attack. There was no change in his expression. AOD's frozen palm, which was aimed at Xianhai's head, struck down without hesitation. At this moment, a crystal-clear, dark blue frost dragon seal appeared between AOD's eyebrows. Ancient frost dragon inscriptions that could be seen with the naked eye spread out and turned into an ice crystal shield. The destructive attacks of the top sovereigns of the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty and the Ghost Emperor Holy Island were all blocked. Young Master, long time no see. However, at this moment, a sinister and evil voice sounded. AOD's eyes suddenly changed when he heard the voice. Boom! Just as AOD reacted, a deafening sound was heard. AOD's frozen palm was shattered by a terrifying force. Even AOD was sent flying a few hundred feet away. If it were not for the ice crystal shield, AOD would not have been sent flying. This is the sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty were all shocked by this sudden change. When they saw it, their eyes couldn't help but narrow. The dragon soul, which had been suppressed by the Ghost Emperor Sacred Island's ghost-controlling art, suddenly changed. Once the secret technique was completed, he would be able to completely control the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. At this time, the dragon eye, which had lost its spirit, actually regained its consciousness. More importantly, the Black Sea, which was originally 1,000 feet large and had transformed into the true form of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon, gradually took on a human form. How is that possible? The dragon soul of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon should have been sealed by the ghost-controlling art. No, this aura, this isn't the bloodthirsty, heavenly dragon soul fluctuation. The three top sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's sacred island couldn't hide their shock when they saw this scene. Although the appearance of Xian Hai, who had taken human form, hadn't changed, Xian Hai's appearance was still the same. However, the aura on his body was already different. The bloodthirsty slaughter, heavenly dragon's aura carried an intense bloodlust. However, the Black Sea now exuded an extremely evil aura from head to toe. Although there were many secret techniques in the Ghost Emperor's sacred island, there were many evil Dao techniques. But compared to the evil aura that the Black Sea was emitting, it paled in comparison. This evil, Dragon Chi, the dragon soul in the dragon god Ancient Seal, sensed the terrifying evil aura from the Black Sea and fell into deep thought. Primordial evil nether dragon. Qin Yu immediately sensed it. The primordial evil nether dragon was a dragon species that was comparable to AOD, who was an immemorial ice crystal dragon. In terms of bloodline, the primordial evil nether dragon was several times more noble than the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. Aoba, AOD, who had stabilized his body, looked at the Black Sea that was surrounded by evil energy. The deep blue ice in his eyes turned into bone-chilling, murderous intent. We haven't seen each other for 10 years. Young master, your cultivation has improved greatly. A cold smile appeared on the Black Sea's face. That pair of blood-red eyes had the look of a hunter staring at his prey. How dare a bastard call himself the Dragon Emperor? Aoba, do you think you can hide your lowly identity by seizing power? AOD walked toward the Black Sea with monstrous murderous intent. Every time he took a step, his aura would become several times more terrifying. The Black Sea was only controlled by Aoba's soul power and was not the real Aoba. Even so, the murderous intent in AOD's heart could not be suppressed. Heh! Young master, this is no longer the era where thousands of races submitted to our ancestor. So, whether you are a bastard or a bastard, if you want to sit on the throne, you must have enough strength. You were expelled from the clan, not because you were framed by me. It was because you were not strong enough, not ruthless enough, and could not suppress others. The Black Sea chuckled. His chuckle was so eerie that it sent chills down people's spines. Yes, I was not ruthless enough back then. That's why I was framed by you. But now it is not 10 years ago. AOD's murderous intent surged, and ice filled the air. The ice that appeared this time froze the entire void, and its power multiplied. The faces of the people from Ghost Emperor Holy Island and Heavenly Yuan Spirit Dynasty changed drastically. They immediately protected their Emperor Realm Masters and retreated. The power of AOD's divine ability was completely different from before. They did not want to be implicated. Anyway, the battle between Aoba and AOD would only benefit them. Fire burn. The Black Sea looked at the phoenix shadow in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream and formed a seal with his hands. Immediately, a pitch-black flame burned in his eyes that contained a surging sea of blood. The black flame spread out from his eyes and burned the void. The all-encompassing deep blue ice and the eerie and evil black flames clashed in the air. The two collided and annihilated each other. White fog billowed out. Have you completely refined the Abyss Dark Flame? AOD's gaze became colder. The Abyss Dark Flame was the Dragon Emperor's dragon flame. It was born together with the ancient ice crystal. So, to a certain extent, the two came from the same source. It was difficult to distinguish their power. Destroy! AOD's hands changed. The ice dragon scale between his eyebrows shone, and a cold light pierced through the sky. The deep blue ice and the pitch-black flames that collided with each other were both crushed. Pucci! The sound of flesh being pierced was heard. A thumb-sized bloody hole appeared in the Black Sea's heart. The flesh and bones in his body were frozen. I'm no match for him in my current state. I can only retreat. Black flames burned within the body of the heavily injured Black Sea, melting the ice crystals. At the same time, a thick blood-red light appeared on his body. Trying to run, Aod saw through Black C's intention, and his gaze became colder. The terrifying primordial ice crystals swept over again, trying to completely freeze the Black Sea. Blood void escape. Black C's hands moved. A black ancient talisman turned into a black sea of fire and blocked the ice that swept over. The moment the ancient talisman appeared, a blood-red light flashed, and Black Sea used a secret technique to escape hundreds of miles away. Chapter 483. Dragon Emperor Ancient Power. Seeing this, Aod's eyes flashed fiercely. He punched out, and a deafening dragon roar sounded. Aod's fist exuded an aura that contained Supreme Emperor aura. A blue and black fist radiance blasted through the void like a shooting star. The ancient talisman Sea of Fire that Xianhai had cast was broken by the fist radiance, and it instantly arrived behind Xianhai. Blood void escape, extreme flash. Xianhai's eyes narrowed, and the blood-red light around him intensified. In the next instant, 3 blood-red lights flashed in the void. After the 3 blood-red lights flashed, Xianhai dodged the fist radiance formed by the Dragon Emperor Ancient Power. "The next time we meet, I'll kill you." Xianhai, who had moved 1,000 miles away, turned back and looked coldly at Aod. He moved his right hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. Before he finished speaking, Xianhai's body flashed with blood-red light, and he flashed again. Aod's face grew colder and colder. He immediately chased after the Black Sea at an extremely fast speed. Seal! Just as Xianhai was about to escape, the void suddenly became like the surface of the water. Ripples appeared and intertwined with each other. The entire void became chaotic and distorted. This power. Aod, who was chasing after Xianhai, immediately stopped in the void as if he had fallen into a swamp. Aod was no stranger to this power that could affect the entire void. It was not the first time he had sensed it. No wonder he had felt that someone was hiding in the dark. He had thought that it was an illusion, but now it seemed that he had been too hasty. Space-time power. Xianhai's face changed. He could feel it more clearly. The space-time energy was like thousands of strands of invisible airflow that completely wrapped around him. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape. Obviously, the power here was completely targeted at him. There's someone else hiding. The sovereigns from the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty and Ghost Emperor Sacred Island had ugly expressions. They had been fighting for their lives, but they did not expect that there was more than one person hiding behind them. Buzz! 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 Almost at the same time that the space-time power appeared, ancient runes appeared in the void within 1,000 miles. Those talisman markings were connected to each other, and they faintly transformed into numerous ancient talismans. Those ancient runes quickly spread out and formed an ancient rune array that covered the sky. In addition to space-time energy, the ancient rune formation also contained killing intent, black light, lightning, flames, and divine power. Black Sea, who was trapped in the ancient array, immediately felt a bone-chilling killing intent. That killing intent was even more dangerous than Aod's. It's actually the 5 gods' heaven subduing formation. The top sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island were shocked when they saw the ancient rune array. The 5 gods' heaven subduing formation was one of the immemorial divine formations. It was rumored that it had been lost since the immemorial era. Even Ghost Emperor Jintian, who had entered the Tao through arrays, did not have the 5 gods' sky-subduing array. Just who was it that set up the 5 gods' heaven subduing formation? Is he from the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island or the Tianyuan Shin Dynasty? Xianhai looked at the extremely terrifying ancient symbol array, and his gaze became increasingly solemn. Given the profundity of this ancient formation, the person who set it up must have had attainments in formation runes that were at least at the sovereign level. As a member of the Dragon Clan, AOD should not have such connections. The most likely possibility was that these two were the top superforces in the heaven domain. Of course, this guess was also because AOD had stopped in an instant and did not chase after him. If it was AOD's companion, he should have cooperated with him. Given the grudge between him and AOD would not have shown him any mercy if he had the chance. AOD did not make a move now, which could only mean that he did not know the identity of the person who set up the array. Swish! Just as Xianhai was on guard, a dazzling divine light pierced through the void and blasted toward Xianhai. The divine light was so powerful that it even tore the chaotic void that was enveloped by the space-time force. Break! Xianhai, who was on full alert, pointed his finger. A finger surrounded by pitch-black flames shattered the dazzling divine light. After making a move, Xianhai raised his eyebrows slightly and a trace of surprise flashed across his blood-red eyes. The fluctuations of this ancient rune array were so terrifying that it made his heart palpitate. However, the cultivation of the person who made the move was only comparable to an ordinary Emperor Realm Master. It seemed that the person had just reached the Emperor Realm. Boom! The moment the divine light was neutralized, 100-foot-long purple lightning bolt turned into a ferocious purple dragon and pounced toward Xianhai with bared fangs and brandished claws. Dragon clans, innate divine ability. Xianhai was stunned and could not believe it. The person who made the move just now had the aura of dragon blood. However, at most, he had the bloodline of the dragon clan. He was definitely a human cultivator. A human cultivator could master the dragon clan's innate divine ability? It's really him. When AOD saw the divine firmament world annihilation lightning, he immediately knew that his guess was right. The person who made the move in the dark was Qin Yu. After confirming that it was Qin Yu, AOD, who was about to beat him up, calmed down and watched calmly. In order to deal with Xianhai, he had left many means in the outside world. Even though Xianhai had escaped from the immortal Phoenix Dream and even left the primitive desolation ancient land, he also had a way to kill Xianhai in the East Continent. Therefore, he wanted to take the opportunity to see, was Qin Yu the Dragon God Emperor, who is said to be the strongest in the heaven domain thousands of years ago, the one who made all the dragons move to the outer realm? Although he had joined forces with Qin Yu to kill an Emperor Realm Master before, it was just an ordinary Emperor Realm Master. However, that was only for ordinary Emperor Realm Masters. The current Black Sea was different. With Aoba's soul power in his body, his strength was definitely at the peak of the Emperor Realm. If Qin Yu wanted to take him down, it would take a lot of effort. Over there. The dark and evil abyssal hellfire appeared again and blocked the divine firmament world annihilation lightning. This time, Xianhai also noticed Qin Yu's location. He glanced at the heavenly Yuan divine dynasty and ghost Emperor Holy Island, who did not want to get involved in the battle. He directly used the blood void escape to where Qin Yu was. Bloodthirsty hell. As he rushed out, Xianhai's body was covered in blood. The billowing blood mist was like surging blood, with a monstrous, bloodthirsty, killing intent, covering half of the void. The place where Qin Yu was also covered by the blood mist. Swish! After the blood mist covered Qin Yu, the sound of a sharp blade cutting cloth was heard. It was Xianhai, who had used a secret technique to condense a blood-red divine blade and directly cut Qin Yu in half. Dragon Qi. Xianhai was stunned again. Qin Yu, who had been cut in half by his secret technique, turned into wisps of dragon Qi. Oh no! But at this moment, Xianhai felt a chill run down his spine, and his face suddenly changed. Without thinking, he immediately wanted to use the blood void escape to avoid it. Swish! Swish! However, it was already too late. 5 rays of light fell from the sky from the ancient rune array, like 5 Shinran rivers. They imprisoned Xianhai in an instant, giving him no time to react and escape. Swish! Almost at the same time, the sound of flesh being pierced through was heard. The wisps of dragon chi suddenly turned into a dragon claw and penetrated Xianhai's body. A ball of crystal clear blood the size of a baby's fist condensed in the dragon claw. Chapter 484. Bang! The moment the crystal clear blood condensed, the dragon claw collapsed and dissipated into dragon chi. The ball of blood also disappeared along with the dissipation of the dragon aura. How could this be? Feeling the dragon blood source in his body disappear in an instant, Ao Hai was stunned. Xianhai stood there in a daze. His blood-red eyes were blank, and he couldn't react at all. The dragon claw just now had penetrated his body. But for an Emperor Realm Master, that level of injury wasn't fatal at all. What really shocked Xianhai was that the moment the dragon claw penetrated his body, it took away the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's dragon blood source. Even as a member of the dragon race, he had never heard of or seen such a shocking secret technique. Has the dragon blood source been taken away? Ao's eyelids trembled slightly. Although he had seen Qinyu take away Ao Jiu's bloodline in the Battle of Evil Wind City, but seeing it again now, he was still extremely shocked. This was also the reason why Aod was still extremely wary of Qinyu, even though he had an agreement to form an alliance with him. He was very worried that if he wasn't careful, his dragon blood source would also be taken away by Qinyu. In terms of combat strength, not to mention him, even Xianhai was far superior to Qinyu. However, being strong in combat strength didn't mean that he could suppress Qinyu. Just like now, Qinyu had taken away Xianhai's dragon blood source with the power of the ancient array. Under Qinyu's command, it didn't seem difficult for the weak to defeat the strong. Let's go! Qinyu, who had obtained the dragon blood source, immediately broke through the void with joy in his eyes. The 5 gods' heaven subduing array was one of Qinyu's strongest trump cards now. This ancient array not only contained the divine abilities of the 9 nether purgatory dragon, purple thunder divine firmament dragon, and golden flame heaven incinerating dragon. There were also several strands of God's killing intent and ancient divine power. It was precisely because of this that Qinyu could fight against a top Emperor Realm Master with his current cultivation. However, they were only able to resist it. They were unable to truly suppress it. Qinyu had to rely on a sneak attack to extract the Black Sea's origins dragon blood. If they were to fight head-on, Qinyu would not have a chance to succeed. Therefore, Qinyu, who had succeeded, did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately prepared to leave. Qinyu found it hard to deal with Black Sea and Aod alone. If the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Xin dynasty attacked together, Qinyu would be in danger. The reason why the people from the 2 great factions didn't make a move was because of the 2 great factions. He was probably waiting for the battle between Aod and the Black Sea to end. Now that Qinyu had reaped the benefits, he had become the target of public criticism. The people of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty would no longer stand by and watch. Dragon Emperor God-slaying force. Black Sea reacted instantly. His blood-red eyes, which had become several times dimmer, surged with monstrous killing intent. If the origin bloodline was taken away, the Black Sea would be crippled. This naturally infuriated Ao Ba, who had always valued the Black Sea. When he came back to his senses, the evil black dragon tattoo between his eyebrows spread, and he broke free from the restraint of the 5 gods' sky subduing formation. Then he pointed his right hand in the air. His index finger exploded, and as the blood mist surged, it condensed into a dark evil force. The dark force pierced through the void and locked onto Qinyu. Protect! Qinyu's body turned cold. Knowing that he could not dodge, he immediately put up a defense. Within the 5 gods' sky subduing formation, layers of spirit barriers appeared behind Qinyu. But then, the sound of shattering could be heard. The spirit barriers formed by the five-god sky subduing formation cracked one after another. They could not stop the dark force for even a moment. Kacha! Qin Yu's eyes narrowed. He formed a seal with both hands and was about to attack again. A dark, blue chilling light suddenly appeared, traversing through the void and directly freezing that hidden force. It was AOD. Do they know each other? Black Sea's face darkened, and his killing intent became even more violent, ice sealing heaven and earth. As he attacked, AOD had already rushed out with rolling ice. The chaotic and distorted void was frozen inch by inch. Black Sea immediately fell into a desperate situation. There was nowhere to run. After the origin dragon blood was taken, Black Sea's combat strength immediately dropped by several levels. The power of the Abyss Hellfire could no longer burn the ancient ice crystals. It was suppressed by AOD. Attack! At this moment, the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty were just as Qin Yu had predicted. They had let bygones be bygones and joined forces at this moment, attacking from two different directions. One attacked AOD, while the other chased after Qin Yu. They had witnessed the entire battle just now. Naturally, they knew that the dragon blood that Qin Yu took was extremely important to Black Sea. Otherwise, Black Sea's combat strength would not have dropped so much. And for the dragon race, the most important blood was undoubtedly the origin dragon blood. 2 top-tier sovereigns and 8 high-level sovereigns. 5 gods, sky-concealing formation. Looking at the emperors of the 2 sects who were rushing towards him, Qin Yu sneered and made a series of hand seals. Boom! 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 5 deafening explosions resounded in the thick fog. At this moment, the 5 gods' sky-concealing formation split into 5 ancient arrays. In the 5 ancient arrays, the ancient runes merged into one, as if they had turned into an ancient god, and came crashing down with a loud bang. The sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty had to defend themselves. Otherwise, with the power of the killing array, they would be seriously injured even if they did not die. Dragon Soul, attack! Qin Yu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he shouted in his heart. Now that Black Sea was entangled with AOD, the 2 sovereigns had split their forces. To Qin Yu, this sort of situation was no longer that pressing. Although he could not suppress top-tier sovereigns, Qin Yu was confident that he could deal with high-level sovereigns and ordinary sovereigns. Time reversal. Space rend. In the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal, the dragon's soul immediately used its time divine ability. In the void, space cracks appeared without warning. The sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, who were defending against the 5 gods' sky-concealing formation, were immediately attacked. Swish! At the same time, with a flash of white light, the Skeleton Ghost King, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 4th grade sovereign realm, appeared. The sound of flesh being pierced was heard. Immediately, 3 sovereigns died under the cooperation of the Dragon Soul and the Skeleton Ghost King. Although Qin Yu did not participate in the battle personally, he did not just stand by and watch. While controlling the 5 gods' sky-concealing formation to attack, one after another, the divine abilities and secret techniques of the Dragon Clan appeared one after another. A violent battle broke out immediately, and the sky shook violently. Not long after, more than 10 sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty died. Among them, there were 2 high-level sovereigns. This made the top-tier sovereigns of the 2 sects look ugly, and their attacks became more violent. While resisting the 5 gods' sky-concealing formation, they madly approached Qin Yu. On the other side, the battle between AOD and the Black Sea was gradually coming to an end. Even with the interference of the sovereigns of the Ghost Emperor's Sacred Island and the Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, AOD still had the absolute upper hand. The Black Sea had once again revealed the original body of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. Even so, he was still no match for AOD. The situation was getting more and more dangerous, and he could die at AOD's hands at any time. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, an extremely terrifying hurricane came from the depths of the immortal Phoenix stream again, covering the sky and the earth. The hurricane that appeared this time was far more powerful than the previous two. Even the Dragon Soul's time force that filled the void was directly dispersed. Chapter 485. A rumbling sound rang out. The 5 ancient arrays formed by the 5 gods' heaven's subduing array were directly shattered into dust by the oncoming hurricane. The Ghost Emperor Holy Island and Heavenly Yuan Shin dynasty masters, who were fighting, were the first to bear the brunt of the hurricane and were directly swept away. Qin Yu, who did not participate in the battle, noticed it in time and immediately escaped by burrowing into the ground. The Skeleton Ghost King was collected by the Dragon Soul in the Source Dragon World and returned to the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal. Ao, Di, Xian Hai, and the other 2 emperors were also instantly engulfed by the hurricane. The originally frenzied battle situation was instantly dispersed. After burrowing underground for hundreds of miles, Qin Yu, who had completely restrained his aura, emerged from the ground. This hurricane appeared at such an inopportune time. The Dragon Soul appeared from the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal and released the Skeleton Ghost King. If the Soul Force Hurricane had not appeared, they would not have let any of the high-level emperors of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island and Heavenly Yuan Shin dynasty live. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Qin Yu also felt a little regretful, but for him, the most important thing now was to refine the dragon blood. With the essence of the bloodthirsty heavenly dragons, source dragon blood, Qin Yu felt that this time it should not be too big of a problem to break through to the Emperor realm. In the vast immortal Phoenix stream, he flew thousands of miles away. It was not until the huge Phoenix shadow was a little blurry that Qin Yu burrowed into the ground again. After laying down layers of barriers underground, Qin Yu entered the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal. This time, the bloodthirsty heavenly dragons, source dragon blood, did not refine half of it like before. Now that the situation was getting more and more unstable, the most appropriate way was to let Qin Yu break through to the Emperor realm first. Today, he was lucky to have set up a trap in the dark and snatched the source dragon blood from the mouths of many tigers. But if his concealment was seen through, let alone snatching the source dragon blood, it might even be difficult to escape. Being surrounded by several top emperors was not something that could be completely resisted by just relying on an ancient array. From within the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal, a dragon roar filled with bloodthirsty and violent killing intent resounded. The origin dragon blood that had been unsealed by Qin Yu immediately transformed into a bloodthirsty heavenly dragon that roared at Qin Yu. The dragon clan's origin dragon blood basically had its own dragon spirit. The higher the level of the dragon's cultivation and bloodline, the more serious the dragon spirit in the origin dragon blood. Bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's cultivation had already reached the high-order emperor realm. Using the divine abilities of the dragon clan, he could even fight against a peak emperor master. Naturally, his origin dragon blood was extremely intelligent. Divine Dragon Ancient Seal suppress. With a single thought from Qin Yu, a vast number of dragons descended. The Divine Dragon Ancient Seal was refined from the body of immortal Shinran. That was the only immortal gray dragon that Qin Yu had ever seen. However, the vast dragon might contained within his dragon body could suppress all the dragons in the world. The originally violent and bloodthirsty origin dragon blood of the bloodthirsty slaughter heavenly dragon immediately trembled. Whoosh! Whoosh! Streaks of dragon light appeared out of thin air in the Divine Dragon Ancient Seal. The bloodthirsty heavenly dragon's origin dragon blood was directly pierced through and turned into a vast sea of pure dragon blood. Immemorial battle dragon refine. Qin Yu immediately used his cultivation technique to refine the dragon blood that was as vast as the sea into pure dragon energy and infuse it into his body. The divine dragon ancient seal suppressed the dragon blood and analyzed the divine abilities. The immemorial battle dragon art refined the dragon blood and evolved the cultivation. From a certain point of view, the divine dragon ancient seal was created by Qin Yu in order to complement the immemorial battle dragon technique. Rumble. As the vast dragon Qi entered his body, Qin Yu's cyan dragon vein trembled violently and frantically refined the dragon Qi into his body. The 75 branch dragon veins were also operating to the extreme at this moment, crazily plundering and devouring the dragon Qi. Qin Yu's cultivation was rapidly increasing at a speed that would shock anyone. Under the dragon soul's power of space and time passed slowly, while Qin Yu was hiding 1,000 miles deep underground and refining the dragon's blood. A riot was happening in the immortal phoenix stream. With the appearance of the gigantic phoenix shadow, all the strange beasts in the ancient, desolate land gathered. There were even hundreds of strange beasts that had reached the Emperor realm. Such a huge army of strange beasts caused the major forces in the East continent to suffer heavy losses. Once the strange beasts discovered traces of foreign clans, they would immediately move. Whether it was the human race cultivators or the monster race cultivators, they would all be attacked. Whoosh! The thick fog broke open and several figures appeared cautiously, looking around vigilantly. Where did Xinfeng go? These figures were Sun Guxing, Sun Jiuxiao, and the others from the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Their auras were obviously a little chaotic, and some of them were even weak. They looked as if they had just gone through a huge battle. Since his natal blood token is fine, he should not be in any danger. He must have gone into hiding. Even though they are worried, after taking a look at Qin Yu's life blood card, they are not very anxious. The strange beasts in the ancient desolate land are rioting. Something big must have happened in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream. What should we do? Sun Jiuxiao looked at Sun Guxing. Qin Yu's safety was naturally very important. However, the goal of their trip was the primordial divine phoenix bone. They had to get it. They had already found 2 of the 4 great divine herbs. As long as they got the primordial divine phoenix bone, they would only have the last immortal spirit herb. Ever since they learned that the primordial divine power was very likely to be controlled and suppressed by the extraterritorial demon race. Sure, Tiangang, Sun Guxing, and the other descendants of the 3 sovereigns sped up their refining of the immortal emperor pill. This was because they found that the primordial divine power that had fused with their true essence was extremely difficult to expel and purify. If they forcefully removed it, it would cause great damage to their cultivation, given the current situation of the spiritual state and the heavenly domain. Even if they knew that the primordial divine power had hidden dangers, they did not dare to do anything that would harm their cultivation. Once the top sovereigns like them damaged their cultivation and regressed, they would be devoured by the wolves, tigers, and leopards of the spiritual state before the extraterritorial demon race took action. I'll go find Xinfeng. You take some people to the depths of the immortal phoenix stream and see what's going on. Remember, other than the primordial divine phoenix bone, don't get involved in any disputes. After pondering for a moment, Sun Guxing looked at the huge phoenix shadow and slowly said, along the way, they saw several top forces of the East continent. The primordial beasts were also rioting because of this. Without a doubt, something big must have happened in the depths of the immortal phoenix stream. Perhaps a huge opportunity had appeared. If it were any other time, they would definitely fight for it. However, obtaining the primordial divine phoenix bone was the most important thing now. The primordial divine phoenix bone was also a rare divine herb. However, it was not that attractive to attract so many major forces. Therefore, if they only wanted the primordial divine phoenix bone, their chances of success were much higher. Okay, Sun Jiuxia nodded and immediately left with the sovereigns and elders. Sun Guxing held the spirit compass in his hand and continued to divine Qin Yu's location. The more he divined, the more surprised Sun Gushing's eyes became. This was because Qin Yu's aura appeared in several directions at the same time. With such a method, Qin Yu was most likely setting up a bewildering formation in order to escape. It was also because of this that Sun Gushing and the others had been looking for Qin Yu. Chapter 486. However, even with his divination methods, he was unable to accurately divine Qin Yu's exact location. This made Sun Gushing even more curious about Qin Yu. This curiosity had already been born during the battle of the Heavenly Imperial Palace. Because of this, Sun Gushing had even specially divined Qin Yu's fate after the battle. However, he was unable to deduce Qin Yu's origin, nor was he able to divine his future. There was only a piece of chaos, a piece of hazy chaos. Has he been caught? On a certain mountain peak in the immortal Phoenix stream, A.O.D. sneered after sensing for a moment. If that's the case, A.O.D. glanced at the huge phoenix silhouette, then looked towards the depths of the immortal Phoenix stream. Could it really be the immortal soul left behind by the immortal phoenix? After pondering for a moment, A.O.D.'s figure flashed and rushed into the dense fog in the depths of the immortal Phoenix stream. In the depths of the immortal Phoenix stream, an ancient divine palace floated in the void, filled with vast divine might. Above the divine palace, there was a dark purple silhouette that was 10 feet tall. This purple silhouette was the primordial immortal phoenix. A vast and terrifying divine might was emitted from the dark purple immortal phoenix, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The phoenix silhouette that covered the sky above the immortal Phoenix stream was formed by the divine might of the immortal phoenix. As expected of an immortal beast, even without intelligence, the immortal soul still has such powerful battle strength. In front of the immortal phoenix silhouette, there was a figure confronting each other. That person was holding a pitch-black ancient sword, and his entire body was covered with sword aura. The sword might was terrifying. If Qin Yu was here, he would definitely be shocked. This person was actually the Sky Burier sword immortal that Xing Luo had chased after. However, compared to the spiritual state war ranking, the Sky Burier sword immortal's transformation could be said to be earth-shattering. The most obvious difference was that heaven-burying sword immortal's cultivation had already reached the 8th grade Emperor realm. One must know that the Sky Burier sword immortal was only a rank 1 martial emperor during the spiritual state war ranking. If such a terrifying cultivation speed were to spread, who knew how many people would be shocked? Of course, if people were to know that the Sky Burier sword immortal had fused with the true power of an ancient immortal, then it would be more than shocking. All the experts in the 9 continents of the heaven domain would take action. One must know that the ancient immortal force was the strongest force in the history of the Qingyun domain. Many venerable sovereigns believed that whether it was the Tao of the ancient gods or the martial Tao of the true essence, the Tao of the ancient gods and the martial Tao of the true essence, in the end, all roads lead to the same destination. In other words, once one reached the peak of the true essence martial way, one would be able to cross the legendary immortal way. Because of this, countless venerable sovereigns would desperately study the power of ancient immortals after their cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Many ancient emperors who were nearing the end of their lifespans would risk their lives to refine ancient immortal energy. In the end, no one had ever succeeded. Basically, all of them would end up with their souls scattered. One could imagine what kind of shock it would cause in the heaven region if the news of heaven-bearing sword immortal were to spread. In the area around the ancient divine palace and heaven-bearing sword immortal, hundreds of violent Emperor realm exotic beasts were madly attacking a pale white barrier. Although the pale white barrier looked extremely fragile and could be easily shattered, it was still extremely powerful. But in reality, it was extremely sturdy under the attack of hundreds of Emperor realm mutants. No matter how hard the mutants attacked, they could not break through it. Among the exotic beasts, there were also human race cultivators appearing from time to time. Judging from the attire of those venerable sovereigns, they were all top forces in the East Continent. Dragon Tiger Divine Sect, Dark Island, High Heaven Sect, even the Heavenly Yuan Divine Dynasty and Ghost Emperor Holy Island, which had suffered heavy casualties, had arrived. While the hundreds of exotic beasts were attacking the pale white barrier, they were also madly attacking the human race cultivators. Whether it was outside or inside the barrier, an earth-shattering battle broke out. Around the Divine Palace, in the inner world of the barrier, the Golden Saint Lion was walking in the void. Once any part of the barrier became unstable, the Golden Saint Lion would immediately attack. Ancient beast seals were sent into the spirit formation, causing it to become even more solid. But most of the time, the Golden Saint Lion was watching the battle between heaven-burying Sword Immortal and the immortal Phoenix Shadow. The battle between the two sides had been going on for more than 14 hours, but there was still no winner. The Golden Saint Lion looked at the immortal Phoenix Shadow with a strong yearning in its eyes. Although the Golden Saint Lion was an immemorial sacred beast, its ancestor had not become an immortal beast. Therefore, regardless of whether it was an immemorial sacred beast or an exotic beast, they all had an instinctive yearning for immortal beasts. But, unfortunately, just like how there were ancient immortals in the human race, there were very few immortal beasts. Even the pure descendants of immortal beasts could not become immortal beasts. Chirp! Another crisp and melodious phoenix cry resounded through the 9 heavens. With the immortal Phoenix Shadow as the center, the void within a radius of 10,000 miles was swept by terrifying sound waves. The sound waves were so powerful that it seemed as if huge waves had been set off in the void. Whether it was the exotic beasts that were madly attacking the barrier or the Emperor Realm venerable sovereigns of the human race, they were all under great pressure. At this moment, all of them were suffering from a huge impact and were desperately resisting. Many of them were even seriously injured. After the sound waves were set off, they turned into a violent storm and swept across the entire immortal Phoenix Stream. Previously, the cultivators and exotic beasts in the immortal Phoenix Stream had been hit by the sound waves. Bury the heavens / Sky Burier Sword Deity's gaze was extremely sharp. He moved his right hand, and the pitch-black ancient sword slashed out. A several hundred feet wide spatial crack appeared and swallowed the storm-like hurricane. Rumble! The phoenix cry sounded again. The immortal Phoenix Shadow turned into a beam of purple light and attacked with a purple divine light. Sky Burier, Sword Deity, focused his gaze and met it head-on. His body was covered in a faint golden light. The two of them started to go all out. A shocking battle broke out, and large parts of the sky collapsed. So powerful! Outside the barrier, the exotic beasts and cultivators were shocked when they saw the battle between Sky Burier, Sword Deity, and the immortal Phoenix Shadow. They could understand why the immortal Phoenix Shadow had such combat strength. After all, the immortal Phoenix was once a true immortal beast. However, Sky Burier Sword Deity, who was only a high-leveled arch, was comparable to the immortal Phoenix Shadow. They found it hard to believe. That energy fluctuation, it seems a little like the power of an ancient immortal. It can't be the top thearchs of the Ghost Emperor Holy Island, Tianyuan Divine Dynasty, Longhu Divine Sect, and other major forces were shocked. After recovering from the shock, they all sensed the faint golden light on Sky Burier, Sword Deity's body. It was the legendary power of an ancient immortal. This discovery caused the shock in their eyes to turn into deep horror. They were all top thearchs and came from major forces. Naturally, they had come into contact with the power of an ancient immortal. There was already someone in the heavenly domain who could refine the power of an ancient immortal. This thought caused their blood to boil after their initial shock. If they could capture him, of course, with the combat strength displayed by Sky Burier, Sword Deity, even if they attacked together, they would be courting death. Chapter 487. As the eyes of the peak sovereigns burned with passion, the violent battle continued. Both the Sky Burier Sword Deity and the immortal Phoenix's Shadow went all out. One had the soul of an immortal beast, while the other had the inheritance of an ancient immortal. The battle between the two was so intense that it was hard to tell who was the winner. As time passed, the aftermath of the battle became more and more terrifying. The pale, white barrier began to tremble violently. The ancient beasts and human sovereigns who had gathered outside the barrier, they had unknowingly retreated hundreds of miles. It couldn't be helped. The shock waves from the battle between the two sides were simply too frightening. The golden holy lion who was inside the barrier, if not for the protection of the sky barrier, sword deity's ancient immortal power, it would have died. The soul of the immortal phoenix, the ancient immortal power. Several figures flew over from the distance, sizing up the sky barrier, sword deity, and the immortal phoenix's shadow. Those people were the sovereigns of the Sky Emperor Palace, led by Sun Juxiao. They had spent a lot of time searching for Qinyu, so they had not been involved in the battle between the ancient beasts. When they saw the immortal phoenix's shadow and the sky barrier, sword deity, they were stunned. Suddenly, a high-level sovereign seemed to have noticed something and stared at the sky barrier, sword deity. He seems to be Yi Xiaoning. Seeing that Sun Juxiao and the others were looking at him, the high-level martial monarch asked uncertainly, Yi Xiaoning? The prince of the heavenly spirit god dynasty. Sun Juxiao was slightly startled when he heard that, but he immediately remembered. Although he was a peak sovereign, he was in charge of the intelligence work of the Sky Emperor Palace. He naturally knew about Yi Xiaoning, who was competing with Qinyu on the spiritual state battle ranking. Previously, he had been shocked by the sky barrier, sword deity's ancient immortal power, so he did not react. High-level sovereign, ancient immortal power. This kid, could it be? Sun Juxiao stared at the sky barrier, sword deity. There had never been a genius in the history of the Qinyan realm. To be able to raise his cultivation from a rank 1 martial emperor to a rank 8 sovereign in such a short period of time, even if he had a heaven-defying opportunity to fuse and refine the ancient immortal power, this was too great. A reincarnator? A strange look flashed across Sun Juxiao's eyes. The possibility of this happening to Yi Xiaoning was the greatest. Such an existence actually appeared in the Qinyan realm. Somewhere in the void, AOD, who had just arrived, looked at Sky Barrier Sword Immortal with interest. It could be said that AOD had grown up in the extraterritorial realm, so she had a certain understanding of the extraterritorial devil race's experts. Currently, the overall strength of the 9 prefectures of the Heaven Realm and the extraterritorial demon clan were on par. It was also because of this that the Heaven Domain and the Outer Realm had always been in a state of balance. However, if the top experts of the Qian Domain were able to control the power of the ancient immortals, they would be able to do so. Then, the balance of the scales would be broken. Right at this moment, the expression of Sky Barrier Sword Immortal, who had been battling the immortal Phoenix Phantom, suddenly changed slightly. You noticed it so quickly? You're really like a lingering spirit. Sky Barrier Sword Immortal frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, a fierce look flashed through his eyes that were as sharp as swords. Soul Slayer. Sky Barrier Sword Immortal moved his right hand, and the pitch-black ancient sword rose into the air and turned into a giant sword that was thousands of feet long. Then, Sky Barrier Sword Immortal formed a sword seal and pointed out with his finger. A black shadow flashed, and the giant sword that was thousands of feet long slashed through the void. Puff! A huge hole appeared in the immortal Phoenix Phantom that was surrounded by purple divine light. The immortal Phoenix Phantom was severely injured, and its originally powerful and terrifying aura became weak and chaotic. Whoosh! However, the immortal Phoenix Phantom's huge wings also flapped when it was hit, and a hurricane raged. Sky Barrier Sword Immortal was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the fact that the faint golden light on his body had become more intense when he was attacked, he would have been injured. Sky Barrier Sword Immortal probably wouldn't have just been lightly injured. Slash! Although he was injured, Sky Barrier Sword Immortal's fighting spirit was rising. As soon as he stabilized his body, he controlled his sword and slashed again. This time, he directly slashed the immortal phoenix phantom into two. A purple pearl the size of a palm appeared from within the immortal phoenix's shadow. One could vaguely see that within the purple divine pearl was a vast and desolate world. A vivid and lifelike immortal phoenix was dancing in the sky. That extremely terrifying divine aura was emitted by that immortal phoenix. Immortal phoenix heart? The eyes of those ancient beasts immediately turned red when they saw the purple divine pearl, and they rushed out like a flood. Seal! Joy flashed in Sky Buriar's sword immortal's eyes. With a flash of sword light, the purple divine pearl was sealed. Let's go! Without hesitation, Sky Buriar sword immortal landed on the golden holy lion and was about to break through the void. Swish! 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 But at this moment, the void split open like water, and 5 figures shot out like arrows. Vast and terrifying divine aura pressed down like the heavens, completely suppressing this part of the void. At this moment, the rampaging ancient beasts froze in the void, unable to hide the fear in their eyes. Because the aura emitted by those 5 figures was far more powerful than that of a peak sovereign. That is, Sun Jiuxiao could not hide the shock in his eyes when he saw those 5 people. Mad Dragon Sovereign, Supreme Shunning, Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor, Dragon Tiger Sovereign, God Emperor Tianyuan. Sun Jiuxiao was not the only one who was shocked. All the human sovereigns present were shocked by the appearance of those 5 people, because those 5 people's cultivation had surpassed that of a peak sovereign, reaching the divine emperor realm. It could be said that those 5 people stood at the peak of the martial Tao in the sky domain. This was especially true for the Mad Dragon Sovereign, who is known as the strongest sovereign in the heaven domain. The appearance of these 5 extraordinary existences immediately suppressed the entire scene. 5 divine emperors? Who the hell is this guy? In the void, Aod's expression turned serious when he saw Mad Dragon Sovereign and the other 4. 5 people. Sky Buriar, Sword Immortal, who was about to let the golden holy lion fly away, turned serious. He thought that only Xing Luo had come. He did not expect that Xing Luo had invited 4 divine emperors to help him. If it was in his previous life, Sky Buriar Sword Immortal would not be afraid of 5 divine emperors. But now the situation was a little grim. Sky Buriar Sword Immortal jumped down from the back of the golden holy lion and kept it with a wave of his sleeve. I told you can't run away. Xing Luo stepped down from the sky and stared coldly at Sky Buriar Sword Immortal through the barrier. Supreme Shunning, Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor, Dragon Tiger Sovereign, and God Emperor Tianyuan spread out. In an instant, the 5 of them surrounded Sky Buriar Sword Immortal. Do you think you can do anything to me just because you called for brats? Sky Buriar Sword Immortal glanced at Xing Luo and the other 4. His gaze became colder and sharper. For brats? Sky Buriar Sword Immortal did not hide his voice. Hearing his words, the sovereigns of the various forces felt as if thunder had exploded in their ears. Their thoughts froze at that moment. Sky Buriar Sword Immortal called the peak divine emperors of the sky domain 4 brats. Chapter 488. Brat. Sun Jiuxiao's eyelids twitched. How could he address 5 divine emperor realm masters in such a tone? Obviously, his previous guess was most likely correct. The Sky Buriar Sword Immortal was really a reincarnator. This person, is he really the buried heaven Sword Immortal who entered the immortal-seeking ancient road? Supreme Shunning, Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor, Dragon Tiger Emperor, and Emperor God Tianyuan were all surprised. Before this, they were still doubtful of Xing Luo's words. But now it seemed like Xing Luo was not lying. This made their eyes burn with passion. Whether it was buried heaven sword immortal, entering the immortal-seeking ancient road, or mastering the power of the ancient immortals, they were all excited. This caused them to be extremely tempted, and they were unable to conceal their excitement. They had been trapped in the divine Emperor realm for countless years. They had always wanted to cross the 9th level of the martial path, but unfortunately they could not find the way. The oldest among them, Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor, already had thoughts of entering the immortal-seeking ancient road. Now, buried heaven sword immortal, who had entered the immortal-seeking ancient road, had returned and mastered the power of the ancient immortals. To them, this was like having a guiding light. Naturally, they were excited. Now it's no longer your era. Xing Luo said coldly. With a slap, a dragon's roar resounded. 100 feet long ancient dragon appeared. Boom! The ancient dragon roared as if it was suppressing the entire sky. A deafening explosion sounded. That was the pale white barrier that hundreds of great, desolate, Aeon-mutated beasts had not been able to break through even with their frenzied attacks. Under the attack of the ancient dragon, cracks appeared on the barrier. Finally it exploded. Seeing this scene, the human sovereigns and exotic beasts of the primitive territory were all shocked. No wonder he was known as the strongest existence in the heavenly region. His strength was so strong that it could scare people to death. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure rushed into the sky. It was so fast that people could not see it clearly. Dragon Tiger Immortal Sky. The Dragon Tiger Emperor, the sect master of the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect, attacked. A lifelike Shinran and a majestic divine tiger rose into the sky and blocked the figure. This was the secret technique of the Dragon Tiger Divine Sect, the Dragon Tiger Immortal Sky Technique. Die. With a cold shout, Buried Sky Sword Immortal shook his wrist, and 2 sword rays as bright as stars appeared. A deafening sound of collision rang out as the Shinran god and tiger were pierced through by the sword light. Even the soul of the immortal phoenix had been slain by Burier Heaven's Sword Immortal. This dragon and tiger, which were derived from a secret technique, were naturally easy to deal with. Godly Eagle Destruction, Heaven Origin Spirit Palm. Supreme Shening and Emperor God Tianyuan flew up to the sky, and their vast Tao techniques shattered the firmament. Sky Burier Sword Immortal had just shattered Dragon Soul God Emperor's secret skill when he was once again locked onto by the secret skill. He was unable to break free. Heaven Burying 3 Swords. The sword might of the Sky Burier Sword Immortal was overwhelming. 3 streaks of sword light appeared as if they were about to split the world apart. Heavenly Cycle Evil Transformation. The Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor took the opportunity to strike. He opened his arms, and the power of Tao surged around him. Immediately, with him as the center, beams of starlight with a strong murderous aura appeared. There were a total of 72 beams. If one were to look carefully, they would be able to discover that. The 72 beams of starlight were arranged according to the positions of the 72 Earth Fiends, just like a cage. At that moment, Sky Burier Sword Immortal was sealed within the Earth Fiend star. Mad Dragon dominates the world. Xing Luo did not stay idle. The dragon might of the ancient Mad Dragon that he had manifested was even stronger, causing the void to tremble. This time, it was different from the spiritual state fighting ranking board. Xing Luo's cultivation was no longer suppressed. The overwhelming pressure was like the descent of an ancient demon that could destroy everything in the world. Forbidden skill of Shen Chaos. Sky Burier Sword Immortal, who was surrounded by enemies, sheathed his ancient sword and formed a strange seal with his hands. His right hand pointed to the sky and his left hand pointed to the ground. A unique fluctuation was emitted from Sky Burier Sword Immortal. Swoosh! In the next moment, the Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor's Earth Fiend star pierced through Sky Burier Sword Immortal like 10,000 arrows. The ancient Mad Dragon that Xing Luo had manifested also arrived and covered Sky Burier Sword Immortal. although the attack had hit Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, squarely. However, the Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor and Xing Luo raised their eyebrows slightly as a strange look flashed across their eyes. Sky Burier, Sword Immortal's body had become so illusory that it was almost transparent. It was as if it was just an illusion. They could vaguely see that the void around Sky Burier, Sword Immortal had become slightly distorted. There was a mysterious flow of air that was surging. However, the mysterious flow of air was not the power of space. The divine powers and secret skills that they had used to attack Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, had completely missed. Divine prohibition. Xing Luo's eyes changed slightly as an ancient banner appeared. The ancient banner turned into a cloud and flew out as a vast sacred light shone down. The space where Heaven's Burier, Sword Immortal was completely sealed off. Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, whose body had become illusory and transparent, was shrouded by the sacred light and slowed down for a moment. However, it quickly faded until it finally disappeared. Even the divine prohibition banner is useless. Is this not a spatial divine powers or secret skill? Supreme Shen Ing, Emperor God Tianyuan, Dragon Tiger Emperor, and the Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor. As they watched Heaven's Burier, Sword Immortal gradually disappear, their gazes froze. The 5 divine emperors had joined forces, but they still could not take down a high-level emperor. If this news were to spread, many people would be shocked. However, this had happened in an era that had suppressed the immortal-seeking ancient road. He had even mastered the power of an ancient immortal. It didn't seem that hard to believe. A secret skill from the immortal-seeking ancient road? Xing Luo's eyes darkened as he stared at the surrounding void. He could not see where Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, was. However, he could feel that Sky Burier, Sword Immortal had not left the immortal phoenix dream. It was just that he had used some kind of secret skill to prevent them from seeing or sensing him. The power of an ancient immortal is actually so powerful. In the void, Xing Luo looked at Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, who had made the 5 divine emperors helpless. AOD could not hide the shock in his eyes. If that was really the power of an ancient immortal, the entire situation in the heaven region would change drastically. The divine emperors would no longer be able to look down on the top emperors like before. What kind of expert has reincarnated? In the Emperor Palace, Sun Jiuxiao looked at Sky Burier, Sword Immortal, who had disappeared. He was even more certain of his previous guess. Only a reincarnator who had reached the peak in the past could have such a heaven-defying skill. He had successfully escaped from the hands of 5 divine emperors. Roar! Suddenly, Xing Luo, who had sensed carefully, turned into an ancient mad dragon and rushed out. The Earth Fiend Ancient Emperor and the other divine emperors immediately rushed out. However, when Tianyuan Divine Emperor rushed out, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Tianyuan Divine Emperor and the other divine emperors. Divine Master, Tianyuan Divine Emperor and the other divine emperors quickly bowed respectfully. Have you captured the dragon clan that has taken human form yet? Emperor God Tianyuan asked. Someone has snatched it away. Tianyuan Divine Emperor and the other divine emperors broke out in cold sweat. Snatched it away? Emperor God Tianyuan's aura sank and there was coldness in his eyes. However, he did not ask further and immediately followed Xing Luo and the others. This made Tianyuan Divine Emperor and the other divine emperors extremely uneasy. Looking at Emperor God Tianyuan's expression, it was obvious that he was angry.